Health Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health Tasikmalaya was established in 2001. We have grown and evolved from only 5 study programs to 13 study programs. And now, we're ready to expand our wings to reach the international acknowledgement for being excellent, for growing, for being adaptive, for having good quality and morality. Standing firm in the Sundanese land, which is known as a substantial place that provides such a magnificent but culture and nature, Health Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health Tasikmalaya has become the leading university in the field of ingenuity and sanity, and created the best human being that ready to serve the society. Health Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health Tasikmalaya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang dan selamat bergabung di Polkestama. Polkestama unggul dalam mencetak tenaga kesehatan. Inovasi menjadi budaya kami dan selalu berkontribusi untuk kesehatan bangsa. Polkestama unggul, tumbuh, adaptif, mutu dan akhlak.
Welcome to the Health Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health Tasikmalaya. Health Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health Tasikmalaya is the only public university in the East Priangan and Cirebon. Health Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health Tasikmalaya was established in 2001 regarding degree number 2098/Menkes/SK/4/2001 of the Ministry of Health. To enhance the proper learning system and produce the top-tier alumni, we always give our best to develop our lecturers, educational staff, and infrastructures. Our study programs have been verified by LAMPTKS. Health Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health Tasikmalaya has 6 departments and 13 study programs. Nursing, midwifery, dental nursing, nutrition, medical records and health information, pharmacy, we also have many campus facilities, such as bus, integrated laboratory, CBT center, library, student activity units, mosque, and gymnasium. We are the best university in the East, Priangan, and Cirebon.
Mari bergabung untuk maju bersama kami di Polkestama.
From Tasikmalaya to Indonesia.
Attention please. The second International Conference on Health, Educational, and Technology 2022 at Poltekkes Kemenkes Tasikmalaya is going to be started. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second International Conference on Health, Educational, and Technology 2022. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and greetings for all of us. By saying Alhamdulillah, let's give praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. With His bless and mercy, we can be present together in this place. Salawat and salam may always be given to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam and his family, his friend, and to all of us as his followers. The Excellency, Mr. Sugianto, Magister of Science Public Health, as the Secretary General of Health Workers, Ministry of Health, Indonesia. The Excellency, Mrs. Hajah Ani Radiati, Bachelor of Education, Master of Health, as the Director of Poltekkes Kemenkes Tasikmalaya. The Honorable Deputy Director 1, Deputy Director 2, and Deputy Director 3 of Poltekkes Kemenkes Tasikmalaya. The Honorable Head of the Research and Community Service Center. The Honorable Head of the Educational Development Center. The Honorable Head of the Quality Assurance Center. The Honorable all speakers. Dr. Perjit Kaur Singh, Senior Lecturer and PhD Program Coordinator at Malaysian Allied Health Science Academy University, Malaysia. Dr. Hajah Yati Budiarti, Bachelor of Applied Science, Master of Midwifery, Lecturer at Poltekkes Kemenkes Tasikmalaya, Indonesia. Professor Emily Chia Yusu, Professor at the Graduate Institute of Biomedical Informatics, Taipei University, Taiwan. Dr. Wiwit Estuti, Bachelor of Agricultural Technology, Magister of Science, Lecturer at Poltekkes Kemenkes Tasikmalaya, Indonesia. Afina Nur Fauzia from University College of London, Global Pharmaceutical Observatory Team in International Pharmaceutical Federation. Professor Dr. Hafize Öztürkcan from Ege University, Turkey, and all of the participants. We welcome all of you to this event, the second International Conference on Health, Educational and Technology on Wednesday, December 28, 2022, with the theme, Strategies for Optimizing Health Transformation. Let me first present myself as the Master of Ceremony, Jain Rahmawati. Ladies and gentlemen, let us commence this event with Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Presenting Sundanese traditional dance performance. singing the national anthem of Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please all rise. The Chief Committee Report to Mrs. Dr. Dentist Emma Camelia, Master of Biomedicine. The stage is yours.
Mrs. Jane Rahmawati, thank you for your time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, let us give thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has given us mercy and grace so that we can attend this meeting in good health. Secondly, may sholawat and salam be with our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has guided us from the darkness and lightness in the world as well as in the next world. Good morning to one all present. The Honorable Chief of BPPSDM Kesehatan, the Honorable Director of Poltekkes Kemenkes Tasikmalaya, respected speakers, distinguished presenters, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure in welcoming all of you to the 2nd International Conference on Health, Education and Technology, or ICHeT 2022. Today, we are going to discuss about a very important topic, i.e. strategies for optimizing health transformation. The Indonesian government strongly supports and encourages the use of digital technology for public health in the future. Digital transformation is an important agenda to encourage the realization of a healthy Indonesia through the use of data and technology. We want to make sure that local, national, and regional must be ready. The Indonesian government has 6 health transformation, the first of which we carry out are primary services, which are most important in preventive promotion. The second is the transformation of hospital referral services. The third is the transformation of the health resilience system in the event of another pandemic so that we are better prepared in terms of medicine. Medical devices, reserve health workers go there, including infectious disease surveillance. The fourth transformation is the transformation of the health financing system. This is mostly in BPJS, but there is also private insurance, and it must be ensured that this is sustainable. The fifth transformation is human resources in the health sector, and the sixth is health technology transformation. This is related to information technology and biotechnology. Those are 6 big frameworks that we will pursue until 2024. This requires rich team collaboration to be effective, which is the basic foundation of preparedness in the health sector. Of course, this requires increasing knowledge of the role and responsibility of various health disciplines and increasing collaboration for work plans, because health transformation is a reliable pillar on which university, higher education institution must be able to play an active role as an agent of change in facing this challenge. Against this background, we have assembled here to know more about the topic with many eminent speakers lined up for today's conference. With this brief background, I would welcome our guest, Dr. Perjit Kaursing Masa, University, Malaysia, Professor Dr. Hafiz Öztürk, KNH University, Turkey, Associate Professor Emily Chayusu, Taipei Medical University, Afina Nur Fauzia, MHS, University College of London, Dr. Yati Budiarti from Indonesia, and Dr. Wiwit Estuti from Indonesia. I would, on the behalf of our college, again thank you, Secretary of Dirjenakes, Mr. Sugianto, MSGPS, for accepting our invitation. I also would like to extend my gratitude toward our director for encouraging us to conduct a conference today, for the kind support, suggestion, and guidance given to us. It is my great pleasure to welcome all participants who have joined this conference to present their view. Our presenters in ICHeT 2022 come from various regions in Indonesia, as well as from various universities, such as lecturers, practitioners, and students with education ranging from diploma, undergraduate, graduate, and postgraduate degree. I am delighted to have all the students and fellow colleagues for participating and sharing in this special occasion. May this conference be characterized by fruitful, thought-provoking discussion, which will lead to the great collaboration on strategies for optimizing health transformation. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Dr. Dentist Emma Camelia, Master of Biomedicine. Welcome speech from the Director of Poltekkes Kemenkes Tasikmalaya. Please welcome Mrs. Hajah Ani Radiati, Bachelor of Education, Master of Health.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to all of you for being here today at this extraordinary place. My name is Ani Radiati, as the director of Polkestama. It is an honor for me to speak on behalf of the organizer. Let me begin by warmly welcome you to the seminar Second International Conference of Health Education and Technology. Before we start, I would like to express my appreciation to Dr. Kiki Arianti Anaya MKM, Director General of Health Ministry of Health of the Republic of Indonesia, and all resource persons, Prof. Emilia Shia Yusu from Topei Medical University, Dr. Perjit Kaur Singh from Mahsa University Malaysia, Notice Oltuk CAN Asosiasi Profesor RN PhD, Afina Nur Fauzia from the University College of London, and lecturer from Polkestama, namely Dr. Siti Badiah, Dr. Wibit Estuti, Dr. Yati Budiati, and the entire committee who have been good help to help us to release the seminar. We could have done it with you guys. In today's seminar, we the Tasikmalaya Ministry of Health Polytechnic approach from the Center of Research and Community Service together with the Center of Excellence held in international seminar by bringing a speaker who are experts in their field. The internal seminar was also supported by various speakers consisting of lectures from various departments and Polkestama, namely the Department of Nursing, Midwifery, Dental Health, Nutrition, Pharmacy, and Health Information Medical Record. With this seminar, it is hoped that we can all share knowledge from various countries and, of course, will add to knowledge, especially regarding research results, in particular and in general, to add to all of our insight. I will not waste any more of your time. I must leave it to our present today to introduce our guest speaker to all of you. On behalf of the organizer of this seminar, I welcome you. Nice to see you here. And again, we thank you. Greeting health to all of us. Salam sehat. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat pagi.
The official opening by the Secretary General of Health Workers, Ministry of Health Indonesia, to Mr. Sugianto, Master of Science Public Health. The stage is yours. Sorry, sir. First, you can unmute your microphone.
Of Health Polytechnic Tasikmalaya. Distinguished participants, as you all are aware, currently the Ministry of Health of the Republic of Indonesia conducting major health system transformation. There are 6 pillars of transformation, which includes transformation of primary services, referral services, health system resilience, health financing, health human resources, and health technology. The health system transformation aiming to achieve the indicators of the long-term medium plan or LTGME 2022 until 2024. I can share the target indicator of each pillar of the transformation. The first pillar of the transformation of primary services aims to improve access of basic immunization, health screening and consultation, education and promotion of health lifestyle. To expand the outreach to the community, the Ministry of Health established Posyandu Prima. Posyandu Prima should have at least 1 nurse and 1 midwife that capable to train and mentor the carers. To improve mother and health and reducing the mortality rate, we increase the number of pregnancy check-ups from 4 times to 6 times with ultrasound examination by doctors and the first and the third trimester of the pregnancy. We also add 3 types of vaccines to routine immunization for children, namely HPV, PCV, and rotavirus. For cervical cancer, pneumonia, and diarrhea prevention. Ladies and gentlemen, the second pillar is the transformation of referral services. This pillar has its target indicator that every district city in Indonesia should have a referral hospital to treat catastrophic diseases. Equitable distribution of referral services is carried out by optimizing the hospital network nationally. The Ministry of Health will also improve the competitiveness of referral services through collaboration with global institutions or sister hospitals. Further on the third pillar, transformation is health resilience, which focus on local production of pharmaceutical and medical devices, as well as pandemic preparedness during health crisis. The Ministry of Health encouraged the local manufacturing of pharmaceutical and medical devices from local raw material in order to prepare for the health crisis. We also developed a system of recruitment, registration, and training for reserve health workforce so that they can be mobilized during the crisis. And in the fourth pillar, the transformation is health financing aims to ensure sufficient, effective, and efficient of health financing. Dear fellows, lecturers, and students, Our main responsibility as the leading of health workforce management. The fifth pillar transformation of human resources for health should ensure the sufficient and equitable health worker in Indonesia, consisting of the number, height, distribution, and quality referring to the WHO standard that one doctor serves 1,000 population. Indonesia needs an additional 172,000 doctors. There are 52% of public health centers, still lack of 9 types of basic health worker, and 42% of RSUD have not fulfilled 7 types of basic specialists. Thus, the Ministry of Health implement the academic health system to develop system for enabling education and health services in the context of fulfilling equitable distribution and quality improvement of health workers. The Ministry of Health also conducting a contract of PPK recruitment, develop of regulation to ease the practice license for health diaspora of Indonesian citizens who graduate from abroad and provides educational scholarship and fellowships. The last pillar of the transformation, health technology transformation, will focus on digital transformation and health barrier technology. In digital transformation, the Ministry of Health will bring access and continuity of health services closer to the community through telemedicine and one digital health data. And health biotechnology will create the biogenome project which developed for early detection of the diseases and increase precision in the prevention and therapy of catastrophic diseases. Finally, we know that post-COVID-19 pandemic health challenge will even higher. Collaboration among health workers is highly necessary. The development of health services will, with one data, digital and biotechnology will facilitate the accuracy and continuity of services. We need to improve the quality of health workers so that we are always literate in science and technology. In this moment, I would like to thank all of you who have participated in this conference. We have learned a lot from the crisis and we champions our achievement in overcoming the pandemic. Most importantly, I am confident Health Polytechnic under the Ministry of Health will always give the biggest contribution of achievement our national goal of health transformation. We can improve the health status of Indonesia and play active role in the global community. By saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I am honored to declare the International Conference of Health Polytechnic Tasikmalaya officially open. Of the grateful conference. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Introduction of Center of Excellence, Health and Disaster Emergency to Mrs. Dr. Siti Bardiah, Nurse, Master of Nursing. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Director General of Ministry of Health, Dr. Gigi Arianti Anaya, Master of Public Health. The Honorable Director Poltekkes Tasikmalaya, Hajah Ani Radiati, Bachelor of Education, Master of Health. The Honorable Speakers from Taiwan, Malaysia, Turkey, London, and Indonesia. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the participants of the Second International Conference on Health, Education and Technology 2022. In this moment, I would like to share about Center of Excellent Health and Disaster Emergency or HD Center Poltekkes Tasikmalaya. Let me to set the slide. The title is The Role of the Center of Excellent Health and Disaster Emergency or HD Center to Deal with Health Transformation. As a background, in line with the President's vision and mission, the Ministry of Health will transform the health system in 2021 until 2024 to create healthy, independent, productive, and fairness through 6 pillars of health transformation. There are transformation of primary services, transformation of referral services, transformation of health resilience system, transformation of the health financing system, transformation of health human resources, and the transformation of healthy technology. One of the 6 pillars, especially transformation of health resilience system, involve local production of pharmaceutical preparation and medical devices as well as preparedness for health crisis. From this condition, what is the role of the contribution HD Center in the transformation of the health resilience system? Okay, let me introduce to the HD Center first. This is the symbol of the HD Center, which symbolize national ideals and based on local wisdom. And here about vision and mission of HD Center. The vision of HD Center is to become a national reference center of excellence in science and technology, the field of health and disaster emergency. And also we have some mission to reach the vision. There are first, organizing applied education and health training in the field of emergency and disaster at local, regional, and national level. The third, researching and developing of health and disaster emergency in accordance with progress in science and technology at the national and international level. The third, conducting community service activities and dissemination in the field of the health and disaster emergency. And the last one, strengthening partnership institution and network to increase the capacity of the HD Center as a national reference center. Now, how is the form of the HD Center support for health transformation? We can see from this slide. This slide explains about the roadmap of the HD Center are divided into 3 periods. For the first period, from 2019 until 2021, focus on the basic research, product development, and therapeutic studies and intervention for health emergency and disaster. The third period, from 2022 until 2024, focus on downstream and commercialization of product development for health emergency and national disaster. And the third period, from 2025 until 2027, focus on health and disaster emergency research studies through interprofessional collaboration involving international agency or international joint research. And here the result of research and development of HADE Center. There are development of food product and nutrition policy from the disaster emergency. And the second, management of health emergency with a local culture. And then development of medical device from health emergency, health services for trauma healing in disaster victim, and the last one, development of health product for the COVID-19 pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, this picture show the collaboration HADE Center with BPBD Tasikmalaya. BPBD is Regional Disaster Management Agency, especially and they use a technical book for food service management in disaster emergency. And this is about the research result of emergency food product like cookies, food bar, and dodol with ingredient hanjeli flour, cassava, nuts, tilapia, cornstarch, sweet potato, green bean, and catfish. And all of the research has a patent, and this is about progress patent emergency food product as a result from HADE Center. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this slide explains about some product of HADE Center based on local resources for emergency crisis. We have got product healthy drink Honje Manje. Honje Manje is healthy drink to increase our immunity during the COVID-19 pandemic. Healthy drink Honje Manje is made from the honje plant. Honje is the type of spice plant that commonly found in West Java. Beside honje manje, we have got another healthy drink which called teh talam and kunyit asam. And this is we have got a frozen biscuit pelpa combination guava with sweet potato for obese adolescent, and I tell you to all of the audience, we have soft cream too as emergency food. Okay, this is another research about ICHeT. ICHeT ergonomi, sehat, and aman. It means ergonomic, health, and safe for childbirth. ICHeT is one of the labor support method that is designed in such a way in which a mother gives birth in sitting position, so it's more comfortable. The delivery process is faster, patient mobilization easier, and helping childbirth is relatively easier. The ICHeT is suitable for disaster areas because they share a design to be foldable, lightweight, and easy to carry anywhere. Yeah, and this is research about non-invasive blood sugar testing. HADE Center development of non-invasive blood sugar test was carried out using a Nearlens 1550 nanometer sensor paired with the photodiode. Okay. Okay, here it is product of HADE Center were licensed. There are alternative bur alternative and ventilator portable. These products are made as response for the COVID-19 pandemic need. And Alhamdulillah in the Edu Health Fair event, simple ventilator prototype become the first winner in innovation product award competition among health polytechnic administrator in Indonesia in 2020. Okay, and this is a picture describe to all of us that HADE Center have cooperative agreement between Center of Excellence University of Diponegoro Semarang. Okay, This is downstream of research product of HD Center to PT Choice Plus Makmur Semarang. Ladies and gentlemen, PT Choice Plus Makmur Semarang is one of the biscuit exporting industry to Singapore, China, Hong Kong, and America. Okay, and this is a product marketing cooperation agreement between HD Center and PT Plus Choice Makmur. And from this slide, I want to say to all of the audience that the business unit of HD Center has to doing some activities. One of them is commercialization by pasca traumatic hemotherapy training for medical worker in Tasikmalaya, Indonesia. And this is a product of HD Center Poltekkes Tasikmalaya, hand sanitizer for community services during the COVID-19 pandemic. The last one I want to inform that the HD Center has contribution to the handling the earthquake disaster in Cianjur, West Java, Indonesia. As we know, the last month Indonesia was rocked by an earthquake in Cianjur, which claimed many victims. Well, this brings me to the end of my presentation. Let's conclude that the HD Center was formed as part of the contribution of Poltekkes Tasikmalaya in the transformation of health to overcome health emergency and disaster in Indonesia. Some of the HD Center research product, emergency food product, and appropriate technology have been used by the community in Tasikmalaya, Cirebon, and surrounding area where the disaster occurred. The partnership network is needed to increase the existence and capacity of HD Center as a national reference center. And this has been realized through the disaster consortium with Poltekkes Padang, Denpasar, Palu, and Aceh. In this year, in 2022, we have agreement with 5 Poltekkes to make a disaster consortium. And the last one I want to say, the HD Center is committed to being part of the solution to disaster problem in Indonesia. I believe together we can. Thank you very much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, those are the opening of the second International on Health, Educational and Technology 2022. Now, we come to the main agenda of the second International Conference on Health, Educational and Technology, which is the plenary speech from our 6 speakers. This agenda will be led by our moderators, Mrs. Nuriza Martihandini, Master of Pharmacy, and Mrs. Sinar Pertiwi, Bachelor of Applied Science, Master of Health and International Education. To our first moderator, Mrs. Nuriza Martihandini, Master of Pharmacy. Before I turn it over to Mrs. Nuriza, let me read her curriculum vitae first. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is Mrs. Nuriza's curriculum vitae. Her name is Nuriza Martihandini, Master of Pharmacy. And then there is education history of her. She graduated as Master of Pharmacy in 2021 at Department of Pharmacy, University of Indonesia. She also registered pharmacist at 2010 in Pharmacy Professional Department, School of Pharmacy, Institute Teknologi Bandung. She also graduated as Bachelor of Pharmacy in 2008 at the Department of Science and Pharmaceutical Technology, School of Pharmacy, Institut Teknologi Bandung. And those are her work experience. She worked as subdivision of active pharmaceutical ingredients in Directorate General of Pharmaceutical and Medical Devices, Ministry of Health of Republik Indonesia in 2011 until 2017. And now, she's been working at Poltekkes Kemenkes Tasikmalaya from 2017 until 2022. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that was Mrs. Nuriza's curriculum vitae. And now, please welcome our first moderator, Mrs. Nuriza Martihandini, Master of Pharmacy. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Jane, for the introduction. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning to all of the participants. The Honorable Secretary of Directorate General of Health Worker, Ministry of Health, Mr. Sugianto, Master of Science and Public Health, the Honorable Director of Poltekkes Kemenkes Tasikmalaya, Hajah Ani Radiati, Bachelor of Education, Master of Health, the Honorable Speaker from Taipei, Malaysia, London, and Turkey, and last but not least, I would like to greet all of the participants. Welcome to the first plenary session of the Second International Conference on Health, Education, and Technology 2022. Thank you for joining us today. I hope you all are doing well and keep exciting to continue our international conference. My name is Nuriza Martihandini, one of the lecturers at Poltekkes Kemenkes Tasikmalaya, and it's an honor for me to be the moderator of this plenary session. This year's event takes a theme of strategy for optimizing health transformation, which is an important issue in healthcare area. As we know, Indonesia government through Ministry of Health has launched the 6 pillars of health transformation. They are the transformation in primary services, the referral services, health resilience system, health financing system, human resources, and health technology system. To achieve the goal, all of the stakeholders across the healthcare ecosystem need to take part and partner with Ministry of Health. So today, we will learn from our speaker about their expertise and their expert opinion in health transformation. There are 3 prominent speakers today with very insightful topics. But before we begin, let me explain the rules of the session. Today's session will broadcast live and it's being recorded to be available for post-conference archive. The participants are not allowed to turn on the microphone during the presentation session. The speaker will be given 20 minutes maximum for delivering the presentation. The question and answer session will be held after all the speakers delivering the presentation, and it will take for about 30 minutes. The participant will have the opportunity to submit the question for the speaker at any time during the presentation. You may use the chat box on the Zoom webinar, and the committee will collect the question, and then I will read them out as time permit. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's start our first session. So now I would like to welcome our first speaker, Dr. Perjit Kaur Singh from Mahsa University, Malaysia. Dr. Perjit, are you in the Zoom with us? Hello, Dr. Perjit? Yes, I can hear your voice clearly. Nice to meet you, Dr. Perjit. How are you today? Okay, Dr. Perjit, before we are heading to the presentation, I would like to briefly read your curriculum vitae. Please, committee, share the curriculum vitae. Dr. Perjit Kaur Singh obtained her Bachelor of Nursing from Edith Cowan University, Malaysia in 2002. She then completed her Master in Nursing and Doctoral Program of Business Administration from Open University, Malaysia and University Science Malaysia, respectively. She was previously working as Director of Nursing at National Guard Health Affairs, Saudi Arabia, and then Chief Nursing Officer at Bagan Specialist Center. Currently, she is working as Senior Lecturer and PhD Coordinator in Mahsa University, Malaysia. Her latest research publication are Patient Safety Culture in Perspective of Millennial, a case study in Malaysia private hospital, and then the reward of shaping life in Islamic perspective by utilization of assessment in Bagan Specialist Center. She has some skill focused on nursing healthcare leadership management and patient safety and quality. So please welcome our first speaker, Dr. Perjit Kaur Singh. Dr. Perjit, you have 20 minutes to deliver the presentation, and the time is yours.
Have usually implement something, we will have problems such as documentation problem, okay, and the integration problem in adopting the digital technologies, and how can we help to overcome that, and some of the gaps that we can consider because we are from teaching and as well as in implementation stage, what gaps can we address, right? Now, let us briefly look through what are these systems? I know Indonesia has their own plan, but generally, what being implemented? But the one that usually starts off with, problem may be looking at digitalization, taxation, other things like technical surgical team also, especially when we talk about endoscopic surgeries, whereby a surgeon, for example, from Malaysia, surgical teams, tracking, monitoring all these things now with COVID-19 pandemic. Implantable devices, especially. Pharmaceutical
mana Bu Ade Kak katanya yang menyampaikan itu yang menyampaikan ini jangan ini biasanya ininya yang menyampaikan jangan ininya di pin oh studio yang di pin atau yang speaker itu apa yang tampilannya biasanya
Listen API, key performance. Now, in healthcare, what is that? Write down how significant factors, staff satisfaction, and all that. But I really want to know our visitors. Internet problem. So that we looked at our you transform our impact. This on the organization. So medical record we have still count the vaccine, do the intent manually. If 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 they are not integrated, for example, we have a pharmacy system that it is able to monitor how much have they dispensed, how the whole supply system is handled. So example, when we are talking about early warning scoring system in the wards, in the emergencies and all that, we have something, we think that we have adopted a partial early warning scoring system, our blood pressure monitoring are able to tell us, okay, this patient is may need help, for example. But then somebody still have to pick up the phone and inform the physician and call the rapid response team. Okay, so there's no integration between the system that we adopted. So it increases our documentation problem. And there's going to be lack of efficiency. The nurse may have, may have problem reaching the physician, for example, right? So the patient outcome is going to be less, right? The delay in help is going to be there. It's very expensive as well. And then we're going to have a lot of problem training the staff. But what happened, I did a study in factors of automatic early warning scoring implementation in Malaysian private hospital. We found that there is very few hospital that is fully automated, whereby you can have devices attached to the patient. It transmit the information automatically to the our electronic medical system, and the system, when it detects there's a deterioration in patient, it automatically alarms the rapid response teams, their smart phone. Okay, so it alerts them and they reach on site even before the nurse realize it. The system is so great. Yes, we have adopted it in Malaysia, but not all the hospitals are having that. What is the problem? Why we cannot adopt such system? A lot in this study, we found that the hospital thinks that it's going to be very expensive. But the hospitals who have implemented, actually, they managed to work with the insurance team and the device team who have developed these devices. They have integrated with them, and they go by pay per use. So you don't have to purchase the whole system and incur the whole cost, right? What happened is the hospital are able to charge the insurance. The insurance like the concept because we have various results from other countries whereby adopting this system actually decreases the length of stay. It helps to detect the patient, help to avoid complications in the patient. So they are willing to pay extra so that the length of stay very well shortened. So they managed to implement the system with coordination of insurance and the medical device company. So why others have not implemented? Because they think that staff training factors and also the factors of finance. All right. So there are ways where we can work with the medical device team where we can address those issues. This is something I would like to really share my research in this conference. I hope we can benefit from that, right? So we definitely, even in education, we can have a lot of benefit from having integration of technology because really it enhances the content delivery, right? We can really transmit a lot of knowledge to the student. Now, like now, we are collaborating between universities, right? We can have remote learning opportunities. Somebody may be very expert. Now you are having a lot of informatic nurses over there, staff. We can learn from each other, okay?
So also we have um, a lot of um, not only in education, like in generally, it really streamlined the workflow and cut costs in the staffing. If we do not consider this technology, we will have a lot of problems in like an educator right now. When we go through digitalization, who's doing the digitalization? While you're teaching, you will be doing the digitalization work. Now, if we do not have a system that or department that work with us, then it's going to be hectic. That's why we're losing a lot of educators in the process of digitalization. The process of digitalization, we have lost a lot of nurses. So uh, something to be very mindful. We have a lot of benefits, but we can lose a lot. Okay, we can lose our all these people with expertise and knowledge, right? And when we talk about simulation learning in education, it's very good to have simulation learning and system. When we talk about how do we invest in our education system is getting more courses on data science, digital health, and having subspecialties, right? So first, obviously, we need to invest money in order to establish all that. Then we get upskilling the staff to from each specialty to be in this data science and help us to improve each system. Okay. Universities plays important role because we really need to have education such as info nursing, informatics, for example, biomedical courses, and some small little courses where we can really enhance our skills. In the process, we really need to know how to use technology. So we have to really invest in training our staff and how to do this at a pace where we can train a lot of staff at short time, because otherwise this whole thing will be delayed and it will be stressing a lot of staff, right? So how can we do that? A lot of online training courses, but for certain group of people, we may have to have a personalized training, all right? So for the millennials, I don't think we have much problems, but for our senior staff, we may have to have a different approach. Okay, very
specialized to the need. Okay, most important thing, who is leading us? Our leaders, they need to have that particular knowledge. If they didn't have that insight of this technology, what it can do, how it can enhance, and how they can help to implement, then we cannot progress. So how can we help in this sense? Education, when we are teaching about healthcare management itself, the part about digital technology has to be spoken, has to be enlightened, that what is the role of the leaders here, right? And when we are implementing all these things, they they're going to be a lot of digitalization, the technologies being used, but we really have to re-envision what is going to be our nurse-patient relationship, doctor-patient relationship, for example. How are we going to, because it's human at the end of the day, right? So we really have to look, because our system itself, we were looking into human touch. Those, this is our traditional learning, how we can approach a patient face to face. We still need that human touch. So with this digitalization, how can we still have that human touch, right? How we can maintain that? So this is something every leaders, every education system have to come up and integrate, and we mustn't forget to integrate in our curriculum, right? So if we do not do that at that stage, we cannot implement that as a bigger picture. The staff would not have that kind of visionary whole nations of that, right? So we really need to increase our specialization, in nursing education and profession. So how to do that is integrating our nursing or medical science with computer science. We need to have that background. Otherwise, we cannot help in innovating, right? So, and some from information science, right? So then we need to have specialties of biomedical nursing, informatics specialties, and who will work and who will be the leaders to transform, and who can solve this little problem that we are having as the end user. If not, at the outer layer, we're successful in implementing, but at the inner layer, we do not know what damage we are creating to the whole system, to the whole medical system. You will find that you lose staff, and you're creating more stress to the healthcare workers, to the doctors, to the nurses, and all that, because we don't have these specialties that are solving the end users problem, right? So we have a lot to do, a lot to contribute as an education system. We can really help to bring, and of course at the end of where we are doing research and innovation, all this specialties team can work together to solve the problem, and we have communicating team, right, between these informatics specialists, okay, from representing medical, representing nurses, all right, representing each department to solve their problem. And they should have their own leadership, right, where they can innovate, and they work with the traditional nursing team to come up with. If we think that we can do it all, no, we're going to fail. Like I have given a simple example of documentation problem. We have electronic medical system. very nice. Okay, everything is digitalized. But then this poor nurse, she's the one who taking the blood pressure, and then possibly there's not enough blood pressure monitoring devices. She'll be writing in a piece of paper, and then she will be going entering the data. If the way she entered the data, the way she example choosing her nursing diagnosis, her nursing problem and all that, if she takes a lot of time doing all those documentation, doing assessment on the patient, so is the physician. If he doesn't have a customized orders where he can just click what he uses on daily basis for him, we don't customize that. We do not look into their problem. We are actually chasing a lot of good stuff away from us. Okay, we look at globally. This is really this manpower issue is really critical. There is a lot of studies being done, and we found that this stress of digital technologies have they know it is important, but it is really beyond their capability to deliver such findings, right? So, as I mentioned earlier on, our training programs we need to provide training programs that are going to be addressing all this issue and upskilling them and enhancing these people, so, right, so that we can go back to the system and help the system. Okay, so because really we as the healthcare personnel, we need to have really profound knowledge about data management, the structure and the quality of digital data enable, so we can come back and solve the problem. And each institute, they have different problem, and we cannot say, oh, I've learned from this institute, it's going to be like this, so we can solve with those ways. It's not going to happen, and a lot of these problems will be unspoken if we do not interfere and we do not dig in it. Okay, so um, so as we said, there is a lot of distraction when we implement digitalization, distraction away from the patient. So how can we improve that? And as I mentioned earlier, our compassionate care, we still have to think how we can overcome all that. Okay, so nursing informatic need has increased. We have to address these ideas and how we can use simulation based education. To do that, we also need our competencies, right? As an educator, also we need to increase our competencies. So, who's going to give us those competencies? So, education system have to really look into this. Okay, so we we have a lot of potential automation. Okay, but inequity and injustice within the system, right? So we are not having a collaboration. Not all systems are talking to each other. Finance system is not talking to the nursing team, or not talking to the pharmacy team, for example. Right. So if there's a system to enhance pharmacy, but everything is done by nursing team or the doctor's team or any other person, it is still not rather not have such system, right? So it is faster in certain ways, but you're actually burdening the end users, and the patient is um, compromised because a lot of the time is taken away. Okay, so uh, we need to know when we say we are trying to add using digital technologies to educate patient, for example, right? All these, uh, we indirectly we can create inequalities to the society because we also have to think of those who can't use the system. Okay, so if in a bigger region like this, we still need to have plan A, plan B, how we can address this gap. If we can reach education using certain channels, we may still need plan B so that we give equal justice to the whole population. Okay, sometimes unintentionally, when we make digitalization, we create this injustice, right? For example, when a patient is able to do online booking, right, it's very good for them. But what about those who can't use IT? Right? A lot of problems, but we learn a lot from our COVID-19 pandemic, right? So during those creating the system, we were able to tool everyone to use IT, but at the same time, we were able to address those who couldn't use the system. So, in same approach in healthcare, we need to still keep in our mind that we shouldn't create injustice to our whole population. Okay. So remember, but data quality is very, very important. Talent set, okay, skill set. Then still, at long run, healthcare will benefit from such implementation of well integrated system. Okay, budget and ROI is big barriers usually when we're trying to implement something. But remember, in 5 years' time, in 10 years' time, your return on investment because the patient outcome is good and all that, it able to streamline the work processes, able to save a lot of manpower problem, right? So in the long run, a well integrated system is something to consider when we are talking about budget and ROI, return of investment, right? So would like to finish off my presentation on that, but do I still have time, Noriza? Noriza, are you there? Noriza, is the moderator there? If I still have time, I would like to continue since I'm not stopped. Right. So we have a lot of things that we can
Dr.
learn
Perjit,
from. Yeah.
I'm so sorry your time is over.
Over. All right. Okay. So in that sense, I will just conclude. I think I've delivered my key points here. So if any other questions, I'll be able to take it later on. So I'll conclude my session with the key points that integration with of a lot of talent and skills and all this delivering a holistic system is my key points here for better implementation. All right. Thank you very much, and we'll speak later during the question session. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Perjit, for addressing such an interesting and excellent topic. Please kindly wait for question and answer session that will be held after the third speaker presentation. And for all participants, I remind you once again, if you have got some question for our speaker, you may use the chat box in Zoom webinar, or you may submit the question to the link provided by the committee. and the committee will collect the question. Then the question will be addressed to the speaker in the question and answer session. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move to the second speaker. We proudly present to you Dr. Yati Budiarti from Poltekkes Kemenkes Tasikmalaya. Before we begin, please allow me to read her curriculum vitae. Dr. Yati graduated from Midwifery Academy of Poltekkes Kemenkes Tasikmalaya in 2000. She then continued her master program at Universitas Pajajaran and obtained her PhD degree from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia in 2019. She is currently working as lecturer in midwifery department at Poltekkes Kemenkes Tasikmalaya, and also she is holding position as head of Polkestama Library. Today, she will be sharing with us about the role of health polytechnic in accelerating health transformation. Well then, please give your full attention to Dr. Yati Budiarti. Dr. Yati, the time is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Nurliza. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Can you hear my voice, Ms. Nurliza?
Yes, I can hear your voice clearly.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Secretary General of Indonesia Ministry of Health, Bapak Sugianto SPM MPC The Honorable Director of Tasikmalaya Polytechnic, Ibu Hajah Amira Dianti, Sarjana Pendidikan Magister Kesehatan, the other the committee and all participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the opportunity. Good morning, everyone. Today, the topic of my presentation The topic of my presentation is the role of health polytechnic in accelerating health transformation. Okay. Transformation of the health system based on mandate of our president, Mr. Jokowi. There are vaccination as soon as possible, and then overcome the pandemic and the transforming the health system for healthy and strong community. In carrying out this mandate, the Ministry of Health make change so that it can serve faster, more efficiently, responsive, and adaptive. Services can be accessed more quickly and quality. With the Ministry of Health tagline, change for the better, why not? That's There are 6 pillars of health transformation, namely transformation of primary services, transformation of referral services, transformation of the health resilience system, transformation of the health financing system, transformation of human resources for health, and transformation of health technology. That is digital transformation. I think Ms. Project Singh has given us useful insight. Thank you, Mr. Pejit, about digital transformation in healthcare. And the role of the health polytechnic in accelerating health transformation is closely related to the fifth pillar, namely the transformation of health human resources. Okay, there are three main challenges in the management of health human resources in Indonesia. Number one, deficiency of health workers nationally. The data from the Ministry of Health that 4.97% of public health centers have not a doctor, 51.85% of public health centers have not 9 types of complete health workers yet, 25.08% public hospital in district have not been fulfilled with 7 specialist doctors, and doctor ratio is 0.67 doctor to 1,000 population, and specialist ratio is 0.15 specialist doctor to 1,000 population. Number two, the distribution of health human resources is not equally. There is shortage of doctors at the Eastern Indonesia health center, while in same area there is an oversupply, the low retention of health workers in the region, less interesting incentive, and unclear career patterns. The central government has limited authority to do redistribution worker at health facility owned by local government. And number three, lack of competency-based training, the low assessment and competency-based training, and lack of access to standardized training. There are issues related to health human resources according to the Ministry of Health strategic plan for 2020 until 2024. Namely, there are problems related to the number, type, quality, and distribution of health workers who have not been fulfilled. However, we also have an opportunity with the assistance of the Health Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health, which is spread across 33 provinces. There are 38 health polytechnics with 507 study programs, 120 study programs outside the main campus. We call PSDKU. Kalau dalam bahasa Indonesia yaitu program studi di luar kampus utama. And 90% are in isolated areas, boundaries, and island atau DTPK yaitu daerah terpencil, perbatasan dan kepulauan. Namely cities and districts in Papua, West Papua, Southeast Sulawesi, North Maluku, NTB, NTT, North Sumatra, etc. The Health Polytechnic of Ministry of Health has 24 types of knowledge, like nursing, midwifery, dental health, pharmacies, nutrition, medical report, health promotion, etc. The problem related to the transformation of human resource for health is the base high disparity in the supply of health workers, both in terms of quantity and competence between regions in Indonesia. Therefore, the Ministry of Health in the transformation of health human resources seek to meet the needs of quality health human resource according to standard, with one the output being the percentage of fulfillment of health worker in public health center from health polytechnic graduates of the Ministry of Health 50%, annually from 2022 to 2024. There are seven study programs at the Health Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health in fulfilling Health Human Resources Standard can be seen in yellow bars, namely nursing, midwifery, nutrition, sanitarian, medical laboratory technology, pharmacy, and health promotion study programs. And next, from the following slide, can you see data on the condition of health workers and the current need for health workers? From this graph, it can be seen that the number of two types of health workers, there are nurse and midwife, is more than needed, and meanwhile the number of five other types of health workers, namely pharmacists, health promotion, sanitarians, nutrition, and medical laboratory technology, is still lacking. And even though the number of nurses and midwives exceeds the need, the distribution is not evenly distributed throughout Indonesia. Okay, based on the graph on this slide, necessary to compare the existence of study programs at the Health Polytechnic with the need for health workers. So the initial step for this transformation of the Polytechnic are in the management of program study, adjustment and evaluation of study programs that are already separated. Number two, opening of new study programs according to needs. Affirmation to educational for local children. And then in human resource management, producing human resources who have high competitiveness both nationally and internationally, and having international level of education. And in education program, have an innovative educational program through the implementation of independent campus freedom to learn, always open to new ideas to fulfill human resource needs. And in the research, become an educational campus based on research and innovation, and become a center of excellence for vocational education and health professionals. And then how implementation of health system transformation in Tridharma of the college at Health Polytechnic. The transformation carried out by Health Polytechnic is trying to be adaptive to the challenges of technological disruption and health resilience. Starting in 2019, implementing a strategy to increase digital literacy and create a global competencies culture, and the target in 2025 is to graduate health workers who are adaptive, have digital literacy, professional and interprofessional competencies. And the whole Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health have to transform to become equal and even more excellent than other similar universities, have strategic goals with the advantage in integrating science and technology through appropriate technology in the health sector and based on local wisdom. Okay. How Polytechnic support first pillar primary service transformation through number one, curriculum transformation, curriculum that support the life cycle paradigm in an integrated manner to support the structure and network of primary services and health laboratories as well as preventive and promotive effort. The block system to support the change in the primary healthcare system to become a standard primary healthcare package according to the need of its life cycle. Learning and practice with the ICHeT interprofessional education and interprofessional collaboration concept that emphasizing the competence domain for collaboration. Sorry. And in field practice, placing in primary care facilities to provide field experience and integration with programs in primary health care, implementation of interprofessional education and interprofessional collaboration by involving a team of lecturers and students cross-study programs and cooperation, including cross-sector programs, collaborate and build partnership with the government, regional government unities, and identify, populate, and create program innovation. And how
Dr. Yati,
yes.
your time is only 5 minutes again.
How polytechnic support the second pillar peripheral service transformation through number one, prepare personnel from career study program and specialist study programs that support referral services. And number two, clinical practice at referral hospital to gain expertise require specific practice in a particular field and support specialist center in the hospital. And number three, intertwine cooperation with partner and educate. Educate would educate industry and dalam bahasa Indonesia industri dan dunia kerja educate. We do cooperation with referral hospital, collaboration with other institutions both at nationally and international, and number four, international class implementation. And cross-sectoral cooperation of health polytechnic, its synergy and integration health polytechnic as partner in academic and non-academic. There are cooperation with other universities, collaboration with local government, business world, and all other parties, cooperation with other universities in utilization assets, fundraising, and services and royalties, cooperation with the business world and all parties in human resource development, like reduction, activity coordinator, and community empowerment. And how polytechnic support third pillar transformation of earth resilience through one, research, focus on research program innovation, appropriate technology, and not just survive knowledge. Product downstream must cooperate with the industry. For program innovation, it must use FORA, client-oriented research approach, and Center of Excellence, Science and Technology Excellence for each health polytechnic can be a referral center to provide solutions to health problems. And appropriate technology products can be useful in community service. And research staff, the readiness of become research staff in condition of health crisis, whether local, regional, or national. Mobilization of staff at the health polytechnic, both lecturer and student, to meet the needs of the health crisis, and lecturers must continue to practice their profession. There are 7 study programs in fulfillment health human resource standard. There are nurse, midwife, nutrition, medic laboratory technology, pharmacy, and health promotion. And for the target of education scholarship with Harina case, there are 1,976 for 3 years, start from 2021 until 2023.
Halo, Dr. Yati.
Yes.
Your time is up.
Okay. In the slide, you can see that about Hadina's program. It's a scholarship program in Indonesia to children, and utilizing it after graduation, after graduation, going to be placed in agency or civil area, and the priority is for students in selected area, boundaries, and high area. Okay, let me to the conclusion of my presentation, that health polytechnic support system transformation through the curriculum, support primary services enforcement, life cycle paradigm, promotive and preventive effort reinforcement, study and field practice with the interprofessional education and interprofessional collaboration, research and community service with public support and excellence as a solution to health problem, fulfillment of health workload. In health service facilities according to standard, health education to community as a promote effort, usage of digital platform, and optimizing in information technology in implementation of Tridharma of the college, reserve personnel for health crisis preparedness, and opening of a new health study program. Okay, that's all my presentation. Thank you for the attention, and at the time back to Miss Melissa. Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to welcome our third speaker, Prof. Emily Chia Yusu from Taipei Medical University. Prof. Emily, are you already in the Zoom with us?
Yes, I am. Hello, everyone.
Hello, Prof. Emily. How are you today?
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, Prof. Emily, before we begin your presentation, let me introduce you to Prof. Emily by reading out her curriculum vitae. Prof. Emily obtained her Bachelor of Science from Taiwan National Taiwan Normal University. She then graduated her Master of Science and PhD degree from National Taiwan University and Taiwan International Graduate Program respectively. She is currently working as Associate Professor, Professional Master Program for Artificial Intelligence in Medicine at Taipei Medical University. And he has received various awards such as Teaching Excellence Award in 2015 and 2014. Her research interests are bioinformatics, medical informatics, and data mining. Welcome, Prof. Emily, to ICHeT 2022. You have 20 minutes for delivering your presentation. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you everyone. Let me share my screen first. Okay, so can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, thank you. So let me see my presentation. Okay, good morning everyone. My name is Emily Su. I'm from Taipei Medical University. And today I'm going to talk about applications of artificial intelligence in healthcare, including the findings, interventions, and future direction. And it's my honor to give a talk in this conference. So after the previous two speakers, and my talk will focus more on the artificial intelligence and its applications in biomedical research. So as we know that artificial intelligence includes many fields. For example, like machine learning, natural language processing, speech recognition, expert systems, robotics, and computer vision. So from this field, there are many applications in the field of biomedicine. So today I'm going to share with you some of my findings in this field. As we know that artificial intelligence or so-called machine learning or data mining come from the field of statistics, machine learning, and we also deal with database systems. As we know that traditional techniques might not be suitable because nowadays we have a huge amount of data. Besides that, the variables or features related to a data set could be a lot, which means that we have a high dimension of data. Besides that, our data set could be heterogeneous or more complicated than usual. That's why the traditional methods does not work, and now we may need more advanced artificial intelligence techniques to deal with our data. So today my talk will focus on the data mining and machine learning part. So later I'm going to talk about different research topics, and in those topics I will focus on how we collect data and how we come up with a better data cleaning or pre-processing technique to organize the data before we send the data set into different machine learning or so-called data mining technique. After that, suppose we can do a better post-processing of the machine learning results. For example, we can do better data visualization, we can interpret the pattern better, and we can even come up with a better interpretation of our findings. So this is a process to transform the input raw data set into useful information. And this is the goal of most of my studies that I'm going to share with you today. So as we know that artificial intelligence and machine learning have been used in many applications in the field of biomedicine, including, for example, disease identification or diagnosis, or even personalized medicine. Besides that, we also use AI in drug discovery, clinical trial research, radiology, electronic health record, and many others. Nowadays, due to the pandemic of COVID-19, many researchers also use related prediction method to forecast the trend of COVID-19. So in summary, today I'm going to briefly talk about several different aspects, including bioinformatics, which is more basic research, and then I'm getting into the medical informatics. Finally, I'm going to extend my scope to a larger one in which I'm going to talk about how we can apply machine learning or AI in public health. So for these different aspects, first of all, I'm going to focus on suppose we use AI in more basic research setting. Here we can talk about how we can use machine learning in the field of bioinformatics. So here I'm going to first talk about how we apply in the molecular level. After that, I'm going to get into the application of machine learning in medical informatics, in which we consider individual patient as the sample. After that, I'm going to move on to a larger scope in which we consider the whole population as the research target in the public health informatics. Okay, so first of all, let me use this figure as an example. Suppose some of you are working on a more basic research topic. For example, like me, I'm interested in analyzing protein sequence. As we know that a protein may locate in different locations of a cell. For example, this is a gram-negative bacteria. Suppose we want to predict, given only the protein sequence, we are not going to do any wet lab experiment. How can we predict where the protein locates in the cell? For example, like this bacteria, there are 5 different localizations, or so-called location of the protein. Protein cytoplasm, inner membrane, outer membrane, extracellular space. Between the inner membrane and outer membrane, there is the location called periplasm. So suppose we want to predict, given only the protein sequence, how can we know without doing any wet lab experiment where the protein locates in a cell? So here I'm going to share with you 2 different techniques so that we can predict where the protein locates in the cell. First of all, suppose we know from the biological point of view, a protein may follow different pathway to be translocated to the right location so that the protein can perform its function. So we collect those biological features, and then we use our machine learning technique to find the best set of features for different type of proteins. After that, we propose a more biological system in which we consider many different biological features. For example, like whether there's a signal peptide, whether the structure is a certain type. And after that, we perform a machine learning method to predict where the protein locates in a cell. So given the prediction performance, our method, which is called PSL 101, performs better by the others because we consider more biological features into our prediction. However, given the same protein localization prediction problem, since my background is from natural language processing, we can regard the protein sequence as a text, and the goal is to classify what is the classification of the protein. For example, like in newspaper, we may know, oh, this is related to politics, that is related to sport, because we know the term in the newspaper. Now we try to define the terms or so-called keywords in protein. Here we propose a gap dipeptide technique to format the patterns or the terms in a protein and be able to use different scoring schemes to score those keywords. And after that, we propose to use a PLSA feature reduction to reduce the features. So given a more natural language processing point of view, we can solve the protein localization problem. So as you can see that, suppose we treat the protein as a text. Here we didn't consider any biological meanings of the protein. We simply regard the protein sequence as a document, and then we try to find the keywords, meaning the terms from the protein, and be able to do the prediction. So as you see that from this video, suppose we look at the localization classification problem as a more computational way, we can also solve the protein localization prediction problem. After that, suppose we can work on a better data visualization, and we can perform better post-processing. We can bring out the biological findings. So for this bioinformatics research, our team also focus on natural language processing, in which suppose you look at the PubMed literature and our add-on, if you install that on your browser, our add-on is able to show different name entities with different color. For example, here we use blue to represent genes or proteins and use yellow to represent different organs. So in our group, we also develop natural language processing systems for researchers to automatically identify important terms. For example, like a gene name, protein name, drug name, disease name from the biological literature. Okay, so that was the first part, more related to basic research. Oh, this is very annoying. Why I have to approve their sign in? Yeah, not sure. Okay, so for the first part, the molecular level, we can use machine learning technique to analyze the proteins or genes, RNAs, and different molecules, be able to propose prediction methods to save time and money for biologists. So that was the first part, more related to bioinformatics research. As for the second part, I'm going to introduce how we can apply artificial intelligence or machine learning technique to the patient's level, in which I'm going to introduce more medical informatics research. Okay, so this part you may be more familiar with. First of all, I would like to share with you that nowadays, no matter whether in Taiwan or the Southeastern Asia or even the world, there are a lot of diabetic patients. And the most important of all for the diabetic patient, we need to pay attention to their eye retinopathy problem. Therefore, in order for the diabetic patient to estimate their risk of retinopathy problem, we collect the data from the hospital and try to come up with different prediction methods to estimate what is the chance of a diabetic patient to have retinopathy eye problem. So this is the system we developed, and the best of all is that, as I mentioned before, if we can come up with a better interpretation of our prediction method, it will be easier for us to share with our patients and to do more decision making with the patients. So this is the rule that we try to tell our patients. If you are facing a diabetic patient and you would like to know whether this patient would have a higher risk of eye retinopathy problem or not, first of all, our machine learning model proposed to look at the insulin variable. If the patient is taking insulin injection, then it means that the patient might have a higher risk to have eye retinopathy problem. Suppose the patient is not taking insulin injection yet, we may consider the duration of the patient having diabetes. If it's more than 75 years already, then the patient might have higher chance to have the eye retinopathy problem. If it's still less than 7.5 years, then the patient may only have regular check to the clinic. The other topic I would like to share about the medical informatics field is nowadays many people come to Taiwan to have the IVF treatment, in vitro fertilization. So here we collected data from the hospital, including 70,000 samples, and here we extract the related variables to IVF, for example, like gender, cause of infertility, and our IVF method. Besides that, we also analyze their features. So we use the machine learning algorithm to propose to do the prediction method. Oh, it's great. Wow. So do we still have echo? I apologize for being inconvenient. I didn't change anything, but sometimes maybe the internet got some problem. Oh, now it's better. Okay. So we collected the IVF data and want to predict whether this women can get clinical pregnancy or not after the IVF treatment. So here is our prediction model. The results looks great. And our method can also identify important variables related to IVF. For example, our ovarian stimulation protocol could be an important factor. Besides that, the age of female is also a crucial factor to consider if you want to get clinical pregnancy from IVF. Our method can also interpret the variables better. For example, if you look at the figure over here, you can see that here is the age of female from the early 20s to 30s and 40s. If we have a line above 0, it means that the chance to get clinical pregnancy is higher. However, if the line is below 0, it means that it is difficult to get clinical pregnancy after IVF. So we can see that from our computational model. Our model is able to propose. Suppose after the year of 38 or 39, it's difficult to get clinical pregnancy after the IVF treatment. Okay, so even better, if we look at here, it is an interesting finding. It's also quite surprising to me. Traditionally, I may think that, if women underwent IVF treatment, it's better to have the fresh embryos taken to increase the probability of having clinical pregnancy. However, from our analysis, our results shows the completely different finding. If you have a frozen embryo, the chance to get pregnancy means that above 0, higher probability to get pregnancy compared to fresh embryos. So we analyzed the reason why, and we also found an interesting finding from the literature, which says that if we are having a frozen embryo, this means that the woman or the mother must have froze the embryo when she was younger. And suppose for the fresh embryos, maybe the women decided to have children in the late 30s, 40s, which means that the quality of embryo is not that good. So I apologize for the echo. I'm not sure what's going on here. Okay. So it's an interesting finding to know that frozen embryos can have a better opportunity to get clinical pregnancy compared to the fresh one. Besides that, our finding also suggested that after 39 or after even 40 years old, it's very difficult to get clinical pregnancy even though you underwent IVF treatment. Okay, so this is also an interesting finding from our study, which also correspond well to the published biomedical literature as well. Besides that, our group also work on image processing, which means that these are the image of embryos, and our group developed deep learning algorithm to analyze the biomedical image and be able to predict, this embryo is not normal, the quality is bad, this may lead to miscarriage or abnormal children, for example. So we hope to develop deep learning methods to be able to analyze the embryo image before we transplant the embryo into the mother. Okay, so we hope we can contribute a little to the field of medical practice. So we propose to use different image processing technique. For example, we do object detection and we use deep learning, we do parameter tuning to recognize those images and be able to predict the new image, even though we didn't know the results yet. So this is our performance based on the deep learning result. Nowadays, the AUC is around 0.7. However, given more images collected from the hospital, we hope we can further improve the predictive performance in the future. Okay. So here we also propose to construct a
Prof.
website
Emily?
and also an app on the cell phone for the women who want to undergo IVF treatment to be able to do the prediction of their chance to get clinical pregnancy before they actually do IVF. Okay. So besides the diabetics and the IVF example that I talked about, we also do text mining on medical record summary. For example, doctors may write many useful informations in the medical summary, no matter in paper or on the system. So here we collaborate with physicians in the hospital and try to analyze the medical record summary from the psychiatrist. So here we analyze the written medical summary, which is not easy because we need to work on the pre-processing, for example, to correct the typos and remove different symbols and extract important medical terms from the medical summary. And our goal is to try to find the association between violent behaviors in the patients. So this is our finding. It's interesting to observe that, for example, if the patient is male and he has financial stress, then the chance to have violent behavior is high. Besides that, if the patient has a history of psychiatric inpatient treatment, then the chance to have violent behavior is also high. So it's interesting that we can use text mining technique to analyze the medical written summary and be able to propose some association rule finding technique to analyze those medical written summary. Okay, so I think I am going to get into my last part about how to use artificial intelligence or machine learning into the field of public health informatics. So in my last scope, I'm going to extend my scope to a larger one. Here, I'm going to talk about the population level. As we know that in Taiwan, in the many areas in the southeast, especially in the summertime, we have dengue fever outbreak. The same here in Taiwan, we have dengue fever outbreak every summer. And previous studies, they consider different factors, including weather and information related to the mosquitoes and also the demographical feature, whether it's a dense area or not. However, previously, not many previous studies consider the effect of air pollution on the outbreak of dengue fever. So we collected our data from different public data sets, and especially we incorporate new air quality index into our system. Here we try to investigate whether air pollution has an effect on dengue outbreak or not. So we try to incorporate variables related to air quality, for example, like PM10, PM2.5. Those are AQI, air quality index. And this is our demographical descriptive statistics. As you can see that here, I can see the PM10 and PM2.5. This is for the days with dengue outbreak. This is for the days without dengue outbreak. So as we can see that we have higher air pollution in the days without dengue outbreak. This is an interesting finding. Will the air pollution variables have an influence on the dengue outbreak or not? So this is our result. We use different machine learning methods, try to predict the outbreak of dengue fever. If we consider air quality index, the PM10 and PM2.5 features, it's interesting and surprisingly that by consider those air pollution features into our prediction model, our model performance increased. This suggests that considering air pollution features into our prediction model can improve the prediction of dengue fever. The most important of all, we try to analyze what are the important factors they may related to dengue fever. As you know that suppose we have higher temperature, okay, so this is a partial dependency plot to investigate the effect of different variables on the outbreak of dengue fever. So as you can see, suppose the temperature gets higher, the chance to have dengue fever is also increased. As for the humidity, you can see that suppose it rains a lot, after raining days, easier to get more mosquitoes, and the outbreak of dengue is even more serious. However, if you look at our newly incorporated air pollution variable, PM10, as the PM10
Prof. Emily,
increase.
I'm so sorry, your time is up.
Okay, so can I have 1 more minute? I try to wrap up the other slides, okay? Okay, so besides dengue fever, we also propose to work on COVID-19. We use Google search terms to predict the outbreak of COVID-19, including the number of confirmed cases and death cases. So we collaborate with researchers from different countries, including South Korea, Indonesia, Taiwan, the Philippines, and we publish different manuscripts related to COVID-19 prediction. The goal is that we try to analyze what people search on Google, for example, like coronavirus, hand washing, facial mask, cough, and be able to analyze the trend with what people search on Google and what's the number of confirmed cases and death cases in different countries. So we can even do the spatial analysis to know which area got a more serious outbreak of COVID-19 and be able to consider what we can contribute to the government for their policy making. Okay, so this is our series of research related to COVID-19 prediction. We use the Google search terms to predict the trend of COVID-19 outbreak in terms of the number of confirmed cases and number of death cases. So in summary, my talk focused on the application of artificial intelligence and machine learning to help with the biomedical research, including I first talk about the basic research area, the molecular level. We can use AI in the field of bioinformatics. In the second part, I talk about how we can use AI to analyze the patient's level in which we can propose different clinical decision support systems for the field of medical informatics. Finally, I extend my scope to a larger area in which if we consider the population, how we can propose to use AI to help the prediction of many infectious diseases, such as dengue fever and nowadays the COVID-19. So finally, I would like to thank my university and the National Science Technology Council to provide funding for our studies. Okay, and thank you very much for your invitation. It will be my honor and a pleasure to share my studies with you here on the webinar. Thank you again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Emily, for an interesting topic. Ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the question and answer session. We have about 30 minutes. Some of you have already submitted the question and the committee have compiled the question. The committee, please help me to share the question. Okay, for the first turn, the question will be addressed to Dr. Perjit Kaur Singh. There are three questions. The first question comes from Miss Dewi Arianti. And the question is, 2023 is the year which is predicted that there will be a recession crisis in almost all parts of the world. And some digital-based health services have expensive price. Is there any policy from WHO as a World Health Organization to force that health services remain affordable to the public? And the next question from Tiffany Gita Cesaria. The question is how we can manage about digital care with compassionate nursing process, because several people think that digitalization process make an effect in nursing approach. And the last question come from Miss Wiwin Mintarsi. The question is, nowadays digital technology has significant developed within skill in technology also. As a health worker, how we can keep online vital data with safely from human error or other threats? Okay, Dr. Perjit, may you answer the question?
Thank you. So the first question was on if WHO has any policy to force digitalization, right? Yeah, we even accreditation bodies, even WHO, they do not force digitalization. However, in many audits that we seen, the audits report that they perform, there might be recommendation. In many areas, they will recommend certain application to ease the process, but there is no such thing as forcing. because as long as patient safety, patient care is given, there is no such thing as forcing. I mean, I think we are very clear on these things because we have seen accreditation processes in detail, whereby they will always suggest, okay, to ensure that your processes has certain outcome. You can do this, but they will never force you, right? Can I see the second question? I'm not so sure.
The committee,
Nuriza,
could you please
can you read me
share
the
the
second
question?
please? Right. How can we manage digital care with compassionate nursing process? Because it can, yeah, digitalization can affect nursing process, right? This is a very tough question. I think we really need a lot of people who can come up with, we are still struggling how we can still keep up with our compassionate care. That's why we need better visions, so that no way that we can compromise this. Right now, this is really the issue. We are not looking into that issue. So that's why I brought up the subject. So how can we do that? We need to really work together with all the team to think. That means we need if we are talking about nursing processes, right? Compassionate nursing process. Now, we sorry, I'm distracted. So we really need to kind of like ensure that nurses has the time, right? And if they are busy doing documentation, if they do busy doing all this thing towards digitalization, we will not have compassion. So this is why I was saying that the system need to talk to each other, and we need to be in that. Everybody need to come and solve the problem. Right now, that is the issue. Definitely, there's an issue. Patient satisfaction at the surface level is different, but at deeper level, it's really deteriorating. So honestly, my solution has to come from the whole management team, making it easier for us to create such processes, right? So we really need to work together. The key point is, don't take away the healthcare workers from the patient. If we take away, then we fail. It's a really, Tiffany's Gita, it's a really good question. So thank you. I hope I answered your question. The third question, nowadays digital technology has significantly developed within skill in technology also, right? So what else? Sorry, Nuriza. I still haven't read the third question.
The committee, please share again the question.
Yeah. How can we keep online vital data with safely from human error or other threats? Vivin. Again, this is not my expertise. This is not within my specialty. Data security is a big concern, right? So how we can protect data and patient privacy, it's something that a whole system have to work on that. Probably informatics and other people are really working towards that. I really cannot give you an answer how we can This is a really good data privacy is definitely good a concern, a big concern. How can we protect the patient's data from being violated, right? And especially from human error and other threats as well. Um, Human error does occur in that there's some system, inbuilt system that can stop us, like a stop, they create a stop system. So example, like in um, when you enter certain drugs, for example, there's some set limits, and if you try to enter more than that, then the system stop you and alert you. So such stop system, but in a lot of studies, the stop system can be also harmed by humans. So this is really not within my specialty, but I do know that we can create stop systems in the system itself, which need a collaboration. Did I answer the question, Vivin?
Yes, okay, thank you, Dr. Perjit, for your insightful answer. Now we move to the other question. The next question is for Dr. Yati Budiarti. Oh, okay. The next question is for Prof. Emily. Please, committee, share the question. There are three questions. There are three questions addressing Prof. Emily. The first question comes from Oktavita Nabila. Her question is how to deal with underprivileged or debilitating patient. And the second question comes from Tovanisri. Her question is what are the negative side or disadvantage of artificial intelligence application in health? And the last question, the question is, as we know that mosquito not resist in bad water, especially turbid, cloudy, and muddy water. How do you know danger fever infected people in air pollution are? Okay, Prof. Emily, may you answer the question, please?
Sure, no problem. The first question is about how the proposed method can help privileged or weak patients. And I think for this field, for the field of artificial intelligence and machine learning, our goal, one of them is to propose how to use e-health. For example, we may develop digital method to track patients living in the mountains or in the rural area. We can propose, for example, they can wear a wearable device, for example, like a watch, and we can track their, for example, blood pressure or HRV from the remote site. Okay, so I think the application of e-health can help more unprivileged patients, especially when they have the help from the wearable device. Or we can propose to do a clinical visit online, even though it's very difficult for them to travel all the way from their home to the hospital. So I think this can, with the help of AI and digital health, we may help people in more rural area or unprivileged patients. Okay, so that could be the answer to the first question. Okay. Okay, as for the second question, here we wonder what are the negative sides and disadvantages of artificial intelligence application in healthcare. So actually, this is a very good question and also a tough one because nowadays, although we propose to use AI to facilitate healthcare, however, suppose we develop some kind of prediction method, we are not a fortune teller. So suppose we want to apply AI system in the hospital, we need to have a very careful evaluation and also how to judge from many clinical trial, how to know we are actually helping the patients or the physicians. For example, in our hospital, nowadays we are launching an AI system to help physicians to judge or to predict whether they prescribe right or wrong drugs for the patients. And previously, many physicians says that it's very annoying because we need to install a system on their computer and the program will launch or will generate several messages to suggest that, oh, now maybe you didn't prescribe the right drug for the patient. So this process could be quite annoying, and we need to first let the physicians know we are proposing something useful and can contribute to when they prescribe the wrong drug to the patients. Besides that, for the patient's part, we need to have a very good evaluation and very solid clinical trial to judge whether using the AI system could actually benefit the clinical practice. So the answer is that yes, there are negative sides and disadvantages. If we can design a better evaluation to demonstrate that using the AI application can really help the clinical practice, then I think we can convince both the physicians and also the patients. Okay, that would be the answer to the second question. Finally, I would like to get into the last question. It's about dengue fever prediction. The question is about actually mosquitoes. They like to stay in bad waters. So how could we know dengue fever infect people in air pollution? Okay. So actually, it's a pity that I didn't have enough time to talk about the conclusion of my dengue fever study. Actually, our method tried to say that suppose we have a more air polluted environment, this will affect the growth of mosquitoes, which means that if we have bad air quality, mosquitoes cannot grow very well. When mosquitoes becomes less, this suggests that we have less amount of mosquitoes and thus we can reduce the outbreak or the confirmed case of dengue fever. So we are not saying that dengue fever infect people in air pollution. Our study tried to suggested that suppose the air quality is bad, mosquito cannot grow very well, and suppose we have less mosquitoes, we have less dengue fevers. So that's the finding of our study. We didn't suggest that air pollution or dengue fever infect people in air pollution. Okay, so we try to demonstrate that dengue fever can be reduced if the mosquitoes are less. And suppose the air pollution is serious, mosquitoes cannot grow well, and less mosquito, less dengue fever case. Okay, so that's my answer to the third question. So I think the time I give it back to the moderator. Thank you.
The voice, Miss Nuriza.
Aprianti, Master of Public Health, to kindly present the certificate of appreciation to the speaker. Miss Deris, the time is yours.
Thank you, Miss Nuriza. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. On behalf of the director, delivering the certificate to the Honorable Dr. Perjit Kaursing. The committee, please show up the certificate. Miss Nuriza. Hello, Miss Nuriza.
Yes, Miss Deris.
The certificate has shown up at the screen.
Yes, our committee has shared the certificate.
Okay. First, I would like delivering the certificate to the Honorable Dr. Perjit Kaursing from Mahesa University of Malaysia. And the second one for Prof. Emily Chia Yusuf from Taipei Medical University. And the third one for Dr. Hajah Yati Budiarti from Poltekkes Tasikmalaya. Hopefully the information, the knowledge which has been delivered to us become a merit for you all, and in the future we can collaborate again in a better circumstances, indeed not in daring media. For information, Dr. Perjit Kaursing, we already have MOU between Poltekkes Kemenkes Tasikmalaya and Mahesa University of Malaysia. In the future, we hope we can collaborate on more activity examples such as a student exchange or joint research. And to Miss Professor Emily Chiayusi, right now we have an MOU between Polkestama and Taipei University. In the future, we hope we can establish MOU between Poltekkes Tasikmalaya and Taipei University, Taipei Medical University, and please give us guidance how to make atau we develop the MOU. That's all. Miss Nuriza, thank you for all audience and all speaker. May Allah give a blessing for us. Amin. Ya Rabbal Alamin. And again, thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you once again, Ms. Deris and all of the speakers. Before we end this session, I would like to summarize the topic of our plenary session today. Digital transformation will bring challenge and of course more opportunities for education. Health Polytechnic has an important role to support the health transformation through the development of curriculum, field study based on interprofessional collaboration concept, research and community service, fulfillment of health worker, digitalization in campus environment, fulfillment research personnel for health crisis preparedness. And the next, biomedical informatics can help clinicians, researchers, and scientists to improve human health and provide health care. There are several informatic applications in healthcare that can be used in a variety of medical fields, such as clinical, diagnostic, rehabilitative, surgical, and predictive practice. This technology can also identify new drugs for health services management and patient care treatment. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to end the first plenary session. Thank you very much for your active participation, and I hope you enjoy the conference. Now, I'm going to hand over to the Master of Ceremony, Miss Jane. The time is yours.
Thank you, Mrs. Nuriza Martihandini, Master of Pharmacy, for your amazing performance as our moderator today. Thank you to our speakers, Dr. Perjit Kaur Singh, Dr. Hajayati Budiarti, Bachelor of Applied Science, Master of Midwifery, and Professor Emily Chia Yusu for your amazing presentation. This is such an honor to having you here. Ladies and gentlemen, we will immediately move to the next session of plenary speech, which will be led by our moderator, Mrs. Sinar Pertiwi, Bachelor of Applied Science, Master of Health and International Education. But before that, let me read her curriculum vitae first. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Sinar Pertiwi, Bachelor of Applied Science and Master of Health and International Education. Currently, she is lecturer, assessor, and evaluator. As you can see, her educational background, she graduated as Bachelor of Applied Science at Pajajaran University and also graduated as a Master of Health and International Education from Flinders University. And there is experience, rank, and class. She was an instructor appointment 2002 at Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung, and also an appointment of lecturers in 2016 with the position of lecturer at Poltekkes Kemenkes Tasikmalaya. She has a lot of structural experience, such as head of sub-unit of Quality Assurance Department of Midwifery Bandung from 2009 until 2010. She also responsible for Community Service Poltekkes Ministry of Health Tasikmalaya in 2010 until 2012. She also head of Clinical and Language Laboratory from 2012 until 2014. She was also subunit of Quality Assurance Department of Midwifery Tasikmalaya from 2013 until 2017. And she was head of the Quality Assurance Unit for Poltekkes Kemenkes Tasikmalaya 2018 until 2019. She also has professional experience, such as Research and Professional Development Section of the Indonesian Midwives Association Board of West Java Region 2 period to 2019, and Public Relations and Advocacy Section for the Management of the Indonesian Midwives Association for the West Java region for the 2019 until 2023 period. She also as a LAMPTCAS assessor for midwife professional accreditation 2015 until present, and an evaluator of new educational establishment of midwife profession Kemenristek Dikti 2022 until now. She also has more than 10 of research experience in midwifery education and practice since 2010 until 2020. Next. She also took part in many community services, such as community service in post-disaster area of Cihaur-Beti in 2012, in assisted villages of Sukahurip sub-district in 2012 until 2014, etc., etc. And then she also included in so many training, whether professional or non-professional, and she has been taking part in 20 trainer scope with midwifery competency from 2015 until now, quality assurance and internal audit 2018 until now, and laboratory management in educational and industrial 2018 until now. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mrs. Sinar's curriculum vitae. Now, please welcome Mrs. Sinar Pertiwi, Bachelor of Applied Science, Master of Health and International Education. Mrs. Sinar, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Jane, for the introductions. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebaikan untuk kita semua. Honorable representatives from Directorate Jenderal Tenaga Kesehatan, Mr. Sugianto, Master of Science, PH, Honorable Director of Tasikmalaya Health Polytechnics, honorable distinguished guest speakers, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second plenary sessions of the second International Conference on Health Education and Technology, ICHeT 2022. The second ICHeT theme is Challenges and Strategies for Optimizing Health Transformations. It's been an honor for me to be a moderator for today's sessions, and it's been an honor to have three prominent guest speakers for today, which are already here. Dr. Wiwit Estuti, STP MSI from Tasikmalaya Health Polytechnic. The second guest speaker, Mrs. Afina Nur Fauzia, MRS from University College of London, United Kingdom. And the third speaker, Professor Dr. Hafize Öztürkkan from ICHeT University, Turkey, who will deliver insightful topic for today's sessions. Why we have a very important topic today about the health transportation. As we all know that as educational institutions, we have a responsibility from education curriculums and then research and community service on how to give a better approach, a better inventions to escalate the achievement of healthy, productive, independence, and justice in health in Indonesia. This is one of the fields that we are going to focus for today is the transformations in health. Okay, before we begin, let me briefly explain about the rule of these stations. Today's session will be broadcast live and it's been recorded to be available for the post-conference ICHeT. The participants are not allowed to turn on the microphone during the speaker presentations, and each speaker will be given 20 minutes maximum for delivering the presentations, and then the question and answer sessions will be held after all speakers delivering the presentations. The participant will have the opportunity to submit the questions during the speaker at any time using the chat features in this Zoom or by using the link is provided by the committee. So that would be the brief rules before we start. Without further ado, let's start our second session. Now I would like to welcome our first speaker in this session, Dr. Wiwit Estuti, STP MSI from Tasikmalaya Health Polytechnic. Dr. Wiwit, how are you today? Okay, can you hear my voice clearly? Okay, so today Dr. Wiwit Estuti will be delivering a title about the role of health workers to optimize the health transformation. So before we begin, may I briefly read our first speaker curriculum vitae. Her surname is Estuti, first name is Wiwit, and place of birth is at Bangka. This is one part of Indonesia in different island. And then next. Her education background started from the bachelor degree in Yogyakarta, and then from IPB, continuing the magister in food science, also in the same university, and then achieving her degree of doctorate in human nutrition in IPB, Indonesia. Her activity now is as the Deputy Head of Center of Excellence, Emergency Health and Disaster, Poltekkes Kemenkes Tasikmalaya, and active in various research in the field of food science and nutrition. And she also have the active publication in national and international journal. She also have an active in various scientific seminars as a speakers and community service activities in various professional associations as well as Persagi, Patpi, Permenhati Pangan, and Fungsional Indonesia. Her research interest is on obesity and malnutrition, functional food for children, adolescents, menopause women, indigenous Australia, legume and rebone, and food compositions analysis. Okay, this is her contact emails, and then you can note the contact email, the phone, and the mailing address if you need more contact with Dr. Wiwit. Okay. Dr. Wiwit, we can start our session. You have 20 minutes, okay? The time is yours, Ms. Wiwit. Aku terlihatnya ke depan ini.
There are three pillars of health realistic transformation. The first one is research result downstreaming. The second one is Center for Science and Technology Excellence. And three, and the backup power is there are some health crisis in the local, regional, and national level. And next, also how transformation and downstream to research result. Next, there are three main points to make it happen: input, process, and output. The first, the input in to make the ideas about the research. One of the facility that is given to Poltekkes is by joining Health Ministry research program using SimLib Tapkes. And two, in the process, we have to make a collaboration with many scientists, not only inside Poltekkes, but also from outside, like from university, research organization, and also from international scientists. And three, the output of the result can come in many ways, from journal, books, product program, and many more to be ready to apply in the society. And next, there are many ideas that can we make, but it will be applicable and benefit. It is related to national research priorities in order to make many collaboration with other organization and department. And next, in Poltekkes Tasikmalaya, the development and downstream of research camp as P3KM and Pusbangdik, and have a Center of Excellence Health and Disaster Emergency. And next, this is the roadmap of our research and development in HD Center. And next, we focus, we focus on develop food product, medical product for health, emergency, and disaster. And next, transformation of community service in Poltekkes Tasikmalaya. In community service, we use a pentahelix approach to form a healthy and independent village. We collaborated the public academy and private sector to make it happen. And next, one of the program that we have developed is Nutrition Go to School in Cirebon, West Java. And beside program community service, example in Polkestama, Germas, regional development, and partnership program. Next, this is a handbook of the program, and there are some elements from this program like school canteen, physical activity, and many more. And result, the school applied all component of the NGTS. Next. It has been done in 7 locations in Indonesia with Semio Rekon University Indonesia, and established MOU or MOA, with 6 university or polytechnic in each location. And next, from the program, we and Semiorecon produce some books related to program, and some of them is in the process of English translation. And this is the document of the program in Cirebon, West Java. Next, at first, we hold the meeting with stakeholder. Next. And two, TOT for teacher and GTS. And next, implementation in GTS and monitoring in GTS. We also do the monitoring how to program work at the school. Ini in SMP 7 Cirebon. And the last, how the follow-up plan, if there is any modification to make the program better. That's all from me. Thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Together we can do it. Thank you.
The Research and Community Services. Thank you very much, Dr. Wiwit. Kindly wait for question and answer session. Will be held after the third speaker presentation. And for all participants, I remind you, if you have got some question for our speaker, you can type it in the chat features, and then the question will be addressed to the speaker in the question and answer session. Okay, further now, I would like to welcome our second guest speaker, Mrs. Afina Nur Fauzia, MRS from University College of London, United Kingdom. Ms. Afina, are you already here? Okay, I heard your voice, but I haven't seen. Okay, okay, Mrs. Afina Fauzia, how are you today, Miss?
I'm good. Thank you very much.
Okay, so are you in Indonesia, or are you still in United Kingdom now?
I'm still in United Kingdom.
Oh, okay.
Still
Yeah. Okay. Oh, thank you very much. You are very dedicated to join with us. I'm sorry, it's 5 p.m. there. Okay. Okay. Yes. Before we begin, I maybe please read our second speaker curriculum vitae. We can see Miss. How can I call you? Miss Afina is okay? Okay. So Mrs. Afina, you can have the contact detail. She is a pharmacist, and she's now currently living in United Kingdom, studying for her PhD and master. Kemudian, I'm sorry, you have an email contact number, and then her educational background. Graduated from Bachelor of Pharmacies from Institut Teknologi Bandung, Indonesia, and then continuing as a research student in Japan, in Department of Community and Global Health, and then graduated as Master of Health Science in 2019 in the same university, and then getting the registered pharmacist from ITB, so go back again to Indonesia, Ms. Afina, and then now currently in London, United Kingdom. So it's quite range, and then I see you still look young, Ms. Afina. So it's some achievement you have. Many of these I saw from the curriculum vitae is from the scholarship. It's well done. And then her professional experience, International Pharmaceutical Federation, correct me if I'm wrong, as a global pharmaceutical observatory team. And then in Indonesia, ITB as laboratory and course assistant, and currently as a counseling and drug information course assistant. Her organization international project, the two currently one, is as a member of Indonesian Pharmacists Association, EAI, and then participant at the 80 VIP World Congress of Pharmacists and coordinator of advocacy and health program Indonesian Student Associating in United Kingdom. Her achievement and award, you got two winners of Indonesian Pharmaceutical Olympiad, and then her latest one is, can I help down, is scholarship, if I'm not mistaken, scholarship for her PhD. And then she also have a range of research, which is in the field of pharmacies, and then also in the community services, and then accessibility multinational biohazard comfort for the determined potential areas, new school, and then some other is on the field of pharmacy. I do apologize because some of the term is in pharmacy, so I'm sorry if it's misspelled. Mrs. Afina. Okay, that would probably be our brief explanation about her curriculum vitae. No further ado, I would like to ask Ms. Afina to give us some enlightenment about the topic for today, digital health education and technology for a better health. Mrs. Afina, the time is yours.
Ms. Kaita for the introduction. Thank you very much again. I'm very honored for this opportunity. Good morning. Selamat pagi from the UK. Even though it's still early in the morning, but I'm very excited for this international conference on health, education, and technology. So let me share you a link that I will use later in my presentation. So can you see my screen?
Yes, clearly. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So I feel that I have to appreciate Poltekkes Kemenkes Tasikmalaya for bringing up this fascinating digital health issue into this conference, as this is an emerging issue in health. I am currently working on my research in this issue as well under University College London International Pharmaceutical Federation Collaborating Center, which is about pharmaceutical care in the digital health system, especially focusing on digital health education and training for pharmacists. So today I would like to share an overview about digital health education and how technology can help us to a better health. So I'm going to start with the use of digital health and how it is impacting our healthcare system and us as a workforce. Secondly, I will talk about digital health education and training for healthcare workers. And finally, I would like to finish with showing up some evidence about the use of digitalization to support healthcare system refinement. I would like to open with this kickstart question for us. How would you imagine the healthcare system in the next 20 years from now? So if you can see the QR code, you can pick up your phone and scan the QR, or going to www.menti.com, the one that I just shared to the chat box, and enter the code. And if you open that, you will come up to three blank space that you can type in. So what do you think will happen in the next 20 years? Do you think there will be all robots or no paper? Or maybe, yeah, I don't know. We can think differently, but I want you to share what you think about the next 20 years in healthcare. We will go back to the question later. So if you are looking back to the past 20 years, there are many inventions happened during this period. I'm only taking 5 inventions here as a highlights. Starting from 2000, we have been using the robotic surgical system, and moving forward to 2007, smartwatches was found, and this device can monitor our heart rate, also track our activities such as sleeping or maybe jogging or other physical activity. 5 years later, in 2012, first smartphone electrocardiogram was approved by the FDA. And after that, in 2017, we have the first digital pill approved by Food and Drug Administration. This is aripiprazole tablets with ingestible sensors, so we can track whether the patient has already taken their medication or not. Finally, just 2 years ago, in 2020, we had the first artificial intelligence guided ultrasound device. And this is a picture I took just a week ago in a pharmacy in London. I was there to accompany my child for his COVID vaccine. And the pharmacist offers me to use this device for self-health checkup while we are waiting. She said it is still in pre-trial, so why not just take a look and try. And I found out that this device offers several health check services, such as to calculate body mass index. So if you can see the circle in the upper part of the device, it's a sensor for height, for calculating our height. And they also have a body scale where we stand at, but I didn't manage to capture it in this picture. It can also check our body temperature, oxygen saturation or SpO2, total body fat, muscle and water percentage, and blood pressure. So I would say they designed this device to be the future doctor. Why would I say this? Because they brand this device as the anytime doctor. And the case in London is that we usually have to wait for days or maybe until a month to have an appointment with general practice. But this is for non-emergency cases, so we have to wait for a long time to just meet a doctor. And they offer service when we can have a telemedicine for less than 30 minutes waiting time. So this is really an invention in the UK. Actually, similar approaches was also being developed in Indonesia as a means to improve access to healthcare services. And by looking in these rapidly evolving digital health technologies, 20 years from now, we might be in a whole new healthcare system compared to where we are now. And this slide shows the impact of technological advance to the healthcare workforce. So getting back to the kick-off question about what will happen in the next 2 decades from now, this TOPL review from National Health Service UK show us the prediction, focusing on the impact of technological advance to healthcare workforce. Digital medicine, genomics, artificial intelligence, and robotics will change the roles and function of clinical staff over the next 2 decades. The experts considered which technologies may have the biggest impact. As you can see in this figure, by 2040, it is predicted that the top digital healthcare technologies are predicted to have impacted more than 80% of the healthcare workforce. However, we need to keep in mind that this technological development is predictably unpredictable, so the condition might be very diverse within the world. Still, even though this might be applicable only in the UK, this prediction is still important as a warning for us as a healthcare professional, wherever we are, to adapt our practice according to the magnitude and speed of this technological advance. Now, moving on to digital health use nowadays, I am going to show you the evidence from International Pharmaceutical Federation, or FIP, Digital Health in Pharmacy Education Report. This was published in 2021. This report was based on a survey targeting pharmacy academics, students, and practitioners from all around the world. The overall respondents were 10,060 academics, students, and practitioners from 91 countries. Even though this report is mainly targeting the pharmacists, but I believe this result might also be relevant to other healthcare professions as well. So this is one of the results. According to the practitioners, 61% of the practitioners, use the digital health technology daily, and only 13% of them not using any digital health technologies at all, which is not really surprising because we are now in a digital era. And based on the WHO region, practitioners in the European countries are the most frequent users of digital health technology. Looking at the practice setting, community pharmacy, clinical biology, and hospital settings are the settings that use digital health technology more frequently than the others. And according to the survey, these are the most common digital health tools used in healthcare, with mobile applications as the most common tools perceived by the practitioners, followed by electronic health record and telehealth or telemedicine. Practitioners are willing to learn more about these common digital tools. However, there is a lack of familiarity with some of these tools, such as with bots and blockchain. What I mean by bot is a web robot or internet robot, which is a software application that uses steps or scripts to automate a task. For example, this bot can help us to assess the patient during the clinical triage, and the virtual personal health assistant can ask questions about the disease or giving information about healthcare intervention. Whereas the blockchain is a continuously growing list of records called blocks that are linked and secured. A blockchain can record transactions between multiple parties in an efficient way. And I would like to share the overview of current digital health education from the practitioners and academic perspective. Despite the frequent use of digital health tools, as we can see before, most of the practitioners use digital health tools daily, but in fact, only 25% of the practitioners receive digital health education. And from those 25%, they receive the education within the pharmacy schools or inside the formal education or after pharmacy schools, which is as a continuous education or as a training. The tools covered in the digital health education is actually in coherence with the most common use tools that I have shared in the previous slide. As we can see here, mobile applications, telemedicine, and electronic health records are getting high response for the things that we got from the digital health education. And for the availability of digital health course, based on the academics, there is still a huge percentage of no digital health course at all in the schools. And moving on to the competencies, there are several competencies that perceived to be important by experts in general. The competencies that perceived to be important are informatics, concept and process, health information and record management, communication, ethics, legal or regulation, privacy and security, clinical care delivery, and technical knowledge and support. So these competencies are the core competencies for all healthcare workforce and might be slightly different between health profession. For example, between pharmacists and doctor and nurses and midwife, it might be slightly different, but it's still the core competencies that perceived to be important by the experts. So it is also important for the profession, each profession, to determine the competencies that's needed for their digital health education. For example, in the right side, the bar shows that these are the competencies that perceived to be important by the pharmacists according to the FIP survey. In developing digital health education, there might be several steps until it becomes standardized. in the exploratory phase, which is where we are now. Digital health education is still an adjunctive degree or like an additional thing to the education. It is still not mandatory and might be provided as a certificate model or maybe pursued after formal completion of health science degree. After it is more established, the digital health education can be combined with project, with industry, for example, or combined with postgraduate training before it finally embedded in the curriculum as in continuing education phase. There are some challenges in providing digital health education. Some of the challenges reported by the academics are lack of standard, lack of trained academics, limited material, samples, and even laboratory space, the need of partnership with experts, and even lack of interest. However, there are also some enablers to help us with these challenges. For example, International Pharmaceutical Federation is providing training for trainers program. This program aims to train the future educators in digital health to help with the lack of trained academics challenge. More and more research is also focusing on building the framework or the standard for digital health education. And actually, I'm also currently working in this field of research, especially the digital health education and training for pharmacists. So we might already know that there are many benefits of digital health tools. Some also already mentioned by previous speakers. Here, I would like to highlight that practitioners are having high expectation on some digital health tools, such as artificial intelligence and wearable technology. So they expect these two devices to improve, these two technologies to improve health and well-being. Telemedicine, which is also one of the most common tools in digital health, is also expected to improve access to healthcare. Talking about improving access to healthcare, I would like to share my recent research about assessing the accessibility to community pharmacy in Indonesia. I choose community pharmacy because community pharmacy is the most accessible healthcare provider to the population. Like we can easily go to pharmacy and get some medicine, so it's really accessible for the population. I first assessed the access by determining the community pharmacy density per 10,000 population. The national density for Indonesia is 1.21. That means every 10,000 of population have the access to at least one community pharmacy. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen to all parts of Indonesia. 18 out of 34 provinces are below the national density. So there's an inequalities to access to the community pharmacy. And by using the geographical information system or GIS technology, we can visualize the access to community pharmacy geographically. So if you look at the map on the downside, so I have two maps. So the downside side is the map where we can see the density is very high in Bali and Java Island, but it is quite low in Papua, in Central Kalimantan, and also low in some part of Sumatra Island. This research will be further developed to determine which area with low access to healthcare that have potentiality to be supported by digital health service. So this is the key points that I would like to share. So if I want to say that digital health is something that we need to embrace, we need to accept that it is happening around us. We need to learn about that and adapt what we have already learned to our practice later to maximize its potential impact and also to minimize the magnitude of disruption to the healthcare workforce. And I think this is all from me. Again, thank you very much for the opportunity. I will give it back to the moderator.
Okay, thank you very much for our second speaker, Mrs. Afina. It's very interesting that we know digital transformation is really needed, and then COVID-19 is also showing us how it is really needed, and then it will helpful for us. And then in the future, I also agree with you that this digital have to be educated, incited into the curricula, and not only a specific university with a specific concern on the technology or the digital who can put it in the curricula, but also all of us in all health education in Indonesia should also put this in mind to be integrated, whether it is like a single course or integrated, since it will be coming soon. Yeah. So I will also agree about the embrace, learn, and adapt. So we can be the country which is more adaptable to these changes, and then take the opportunity to improve our health. Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Afina, for addressing the interesting topic, and then kindly wait for the question and answer session. And I would also remind all participants that you can type your questions to the link in the chat features, and then you can be discussed in the question and answer after the third speaker. Thank you very much, Mrs. Afina. Now we are going to move to the next guest speaker, the third one, Mrs. Hafiz Öztürk, Associate Professor, Doctor from ICHeT University, Faculty of Health Science Midwifery from Turkey. Mrs. Hafiz, are you already here?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, I do apologize in advance. Mrs. Hafiz, can you give me some insight on how I spell your name?
Öztürk. Sorry, Öztürkcan.
Öztürkcan. Öztürkcan.
Yes.
Okay, okay. I'm very sorry. It's my first time spelling Turkish name. Öztürk, Mrs. Öztürkcan. Okay, hopefully it's not wrong. Welcome to our Zoom meeting for today's session. You'll be the last one that we're waiting for your sharing of information, especially on how we adopt this into the midwifery practice, like a lesson learned on how you manage to do this in your country. So your title of the speech for today, what should be done about the problem experienced in pregnant women during the COVID-19 period, a lesson learned from Turkey. So it is an honor for us. You came to our seminar session today. Before we begin, may I briefly read your curriculum vitae. So your name is Öztürkcan, Associate Professor, Registered Nurse, PhD, in ICHeT University Faculty Health Science Midwifery Department, Izmir, Turkey. And then your history on your educational, that you're already graduating from Health Vocational High School in 1987 as a midwife, and then continuing your study from ICHeT TV, correct me, University School of Nursing in 1992. And during this undergraduate studies, she worked also at Ankara Maternity Hospital. And after her university education, she worked as a teacher at Malaya Health Vocational School. So it's first university in Elarj. And then he also completed her doctorate in 2000 in the Science Department of Obstetric and Gynecology and Laboring Nursing. And you are also working at the university, ICHeT University Midwifery Department. And then she also a founder of the Educational Research and Development Association in Midwifery, IBRIDGE, and is currently the chairman of the same board of directors. Her areas of study are in midwifery education, women's health, care and practices in labor, postnatal care, family planning, and midwifery concepts and theories. That would be the brief curriculum vitae of Mrs. Öztürkcan. I will give you the time to give the presentation around 20 minutes. The time is yours. Yes, I can see your presentation. It's just you have to make it a little bit bigger for it. Okay, they're great.
Yes, my name Hatice Öztürkcan.
Öztürkcan.
University I work in Environmental Department. My title is presentation title, what could be done about program experiencing pregnant women during COVID-19 period, Turkey studies. In Maya, Indonesia and Turkey, very different countries. So good morning. In Turkey, PM, at 8 o'clock. Presentation is not about the COVID, pregnancy and COVID, and program is experiencing pregnant. What happened to Turkey in the COVID pandemic? Quick action and transformation. We know COVID, SARS-CoV disease, it is caused COVID-19. It has claimed has lives around the world. It first appeared in July 2019. March 22, the World Health Organization COVID pandemic. The number of cases worldwide has increased, and now this is in following. This is mutation for this new variant. The ongoing development and distribution of patients and the discovery new treatment have affected its spread. Scientific research have been instance throughout the COVID pandemic. We have been learned about the impact of the virus on the body, including its effect on the multiple body system. One area of particular interest is its impact on pregnancy and pregnant women. Pregnancy and COVID-19, among most important change, normal physiologic process that occurs during pregnancy, immune system, respiratory system, coagulation. Then pregnant women are at high risk for pregnancy complication due to decreased lung capacity, increased oxygen consumptions, and physiologic change in the immune system during pregnancy. So, respiratory system physiologic change make pregnant individuals more prone to respiratory infection, including SARS-CoV. Development of emboli in those with active COVID-19 has been indicated respiratory compromise, acute coronary syndrome, damage major organs, including brain, heart, liver, and kidney. Further found that risk for deep vein thrombosis, pulmonary emboli, and bleeding, especially in the brain, were much greater for up to from last COVID recovery from COVID 3, 6, and 2 months after COVID. According to CDC, pregnant individuals who contracted COVID-19 has increased, risk hospitalization increased, intensive care unit need increase, need for mechanical ventilation, pneumonia, acute respiratory distress syndrome, extracorporeal membrane oxygenation need. However, mortality rates did not seem to be any greater in pregnancy than in the general population. COVID-19 and preeclampsia result in increased inflammatory markers, making it a challenge for providers to diagnose and treat approximately. It's unclear whether there is a causal relationship between COVID-19 and preeclampsia. In addition all this, this physiological, physical cell health, and in addition all this, consequences of quarantine, isolation, social distancing, and hospital restriction during the pandemic change, how families approached and experienced childbirth. Women are voiced fears of isolation, being infected with COVID-SARS, being they need chosen adequate labor support, facing along the virus to their newborn, and being separated from their new after birth. Interruption in face-to-face prenatal care practice also increase anxiety levels about the pregnancy. Physiological effects caused by COVID will continue to affect the individual and social society for a long time, not only during epidemic but also long after the pandemic. When the epidemic was brought under control and life returned to normal, but after pandemic is can research with the COVID-19 pandemic, incidence of depression, anxiety, sleep disorders, and experience mood disorders is increased in Turkey and the world. And emotions such as worry, anxiety, and fear also cause increase in stress levels. Stress, on the other hand, is related avoidance pregnancy, through to termination pregnancy, premature birth, not breastfeeding, etc. In Turkey, COVID pandemic, what happened now in a little, Turkey COVID-19 14 to 27 November 2022, number cases approximately 37,000. Number date of 92. Total number cases approximately all of 17 million. Total number deaths nowadays 101, especially 192. What happened to Turkey in COVID-19? Turkey has immediately implemented various prevention measures to combat the spread of COVID infection since beginning of the epidemic. Before the WHO recognizes it's a pandemic, we formed teams of work on the basis with established scientific board. Board is published guidelines for current pandemic for both public and healthcare professionals and update all relevant to daily COVID data. We established its public health emergency operation center. In addition, the close contacts cases, people in the risk groups and patients who are being followed at home within the public health emergency operation groups, and being the follow of the field teams and family medicine units. And then in line with pandemic influenza national preparedness plan, pandemic coordination boards and operating center have been established in the national and provincial levels. For personnel, protective equipment and medication were distributed. Additional drugs suitable for use and have been identified, supplied and distributed all patients with an indication that is determined by health institutions. And then non-emergency surgeries and non-urgent dental practice have been postponed. In each province, pandemic hospital have been determined. These symptoms are evaluated health institution according to case algorithm, and their sample are taken in the hospital. Those who no symptoms are isolated for 14 days in temporary shelter camps or center located in provinces under the observation. Physician assigned to relevant provincial health director follow them up for symptoms every day. A lot of and all plans were made in cooperation with Ministry of Health and the Council of Health Education and Ministry of National Education, Ministry of Interior, and all other institutions. In order to prevent and control epidemic case definitions were made, a communication network structure was created, public health management system they started to be used to meet various needs to citizen with our health teams, affiliated provincial health directors have been formed. With the appointment system, each baby, pregnant, and child was contracted individuals by phone. In primary care, pregnant follows up separate rooms was created for examination, and all pregnant women were invited for examination by appointment. Pregnancy follow-up continued without interruptions. Birth and postpartum care maintained according to WHO recommendation. In Turkey, COVID studies, keyword coronavirus pregnancy Turkey, approximately 3,940 article. While the most research was COVID-19 and pregnancy is one of the review. It has been determined that the pandemic process, the number of original studies and systematic reviews has increased as data source and peers have increased. Is research Google Academic in Turkish. My research titles among the titles. Examples, some şeyler, some article and studies. Healthcare information on YouTube pregnancy and COVID-19. Follow-up management high risk pregnancy, COVID, and clinical outcomes, COVID different pregnancy, and experienced pregnant woman COVID-19 pandemic in the Turkey qualitative study. And another psychological and social impacts, lifestyle changes among pregnant women. And but we learned about the new coronavirus pandemic and etc. And maternal perinatal outcomes, pregnancy associated COVID systematic review, and then the studies, the results of studies relevant to pandemic had multidimensional impacts on pregnant women, including the social life and physical health. Physiological, it caused many negative, psychological, it caused many negative emotional states, particularly concerns and fears. Pregnancy of the pregnant woman, 18% had gone into preterm labor, and 77% had given birth by cesarean section. Of the newborn, approximately 19% had low birth weight, 14% had fetal distress, and 24% were admitted in the intensive care. Maternity mortality was one study, is 2 cases. All of 5,122 pregnant women with only 2. Another study from Turkey investigated the risk of maternal fetal transmission in early pregnancy and found no evidence of the SARS-CoV infection in the fetal placental sound. And results of research conducted in Turkey are compatible with the literature in worldwide. According to research, protection and minimizing contamination were the most important practice during the pandemic period. It is necessary to consider the effects of application and treatment done during the pandemic process on human health from different aspects. It's important to identify the possible negative effects on this solution in order to return to normal after the pandemic. Future action and transformation. This time, transformation is held after pandemic use of information technology. Information technology is artificial intelligence, telehealth services, online learning resources, phone or social media, television, etc. Telehealth services in the use of telecommunication technology, healthcare. Telehealth education to health institution can be reduced due to the future pandemic. With telehealth services, minimum number of people can be contacted and cost-effective service can be provided. In addition, the interactions of education and counseling to pregnant women has relevant the need for telehealth services. Subjects such as pregnancy and birth preparation education, breastfeeding education, and newborn care are areas where telehealth services can be used. Online learning resources, more use of online resources in public education and professional education. Artificial intelligence program should be create answer the health related questions individuals. Another speakers in this time is a lot of give me data this artificial intelligence. By making television calls, individuals can be taught what they should do before apply to health institution, and who use contraceptive method and want to use them should be provided with opportunity to call, to inform and monitor by phone or social media. And new health targets and health policies should be tried to be created for the problems that may arise after the pandemic. Due to the drug used in the treatment of pregnant women with COVID, the health status newborn babies should be followed prospectively. After the pandemic, social support should be given to eliminate negative psychological effects on the mothers. And then, excuse me. There is insufficient data about the effects of antiviral drugs in lactation mothers in breastfeed babies to need for prospective studies on the side effects of the drugs used in treatment. Prematurity was found to be higher when compared to pregnant women. Due to the increased rate of premature babies, the need for centers where these babies will be followed and cared for, and for special training health personnel has increased. Large epidemiological and clinical core studies are needed to better understand the possible implications and long-term outcomes of COVID infection and also maternal washings in newborn infants. To needed to make evidence-based recommendation in this population, women and pregnant women and all population. Yes. And last, thank you for listen me.
different spelling, different countries. Okay.
Yes. My mother language Turkish.
Yes. And I'm Indonesian.
English is legal or this.
Yeah, it's still good. We can still understand. Yeah. Thank you very much, Mrs. Utstukan, for your lovely presentation. I can see that from your presentation, COVID had affected physical and psychological health status of the pregnant women. And then digital transportation will help to increase the maternal and neonatal health status, better quality of services using the telehealth services available now in health promotion, prevention services, referral, and etc. Thank you very much, Mrs. Utstukan, for your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the question and answer session. It will be held for about 30 minutes, and some of you may already submitted your question, and our committee has already compiled them. Then I need to show the questions. Okay, the first question are from Mr. Imad Rohimat. So this is for Mrs. Afina. Oh, Afina Nur Fauzia. So the first question, if there is a gap between the digital transformation process and its human resources, does the digital transformation process have to be postponed until human resource support it or continue? That would be the first question. And then the second question from Mrs. Dia. As we know that the average high technology requires electricity and the internet, such as a management information system, both at the community level and healthcare facilities. Her question is, what should we anticipate in the event of disaster, the turn off electricity and the internet, so that the management system can be still used? That would be the question. Mrs. Afina, you can answer directly.
for example, industry, in government, in many sectors. And the other next things is to embed it into the curriculum. So we need to keep moving, even though we are not ready yet, but we have to keep moving on. That's what I could say. I hope that's answer your question. And for the second question, thank you very much for Dia. It's also interesting question, and this is what I'm thinking about because I'm also currently researching on accessibility. So by embracing this digital health technology, we might also thinking about the resources, the supporting systems such as internet, or maybe the uh, the cell phone users, like the digital literacy of the people. That's the thing that we have to thinking about. I agree that if we want to embrace digital health technology, we have also to provide a good infrastructure, a good digital infrastructure. So if in the event of disaster, I think we need to have a system, a management system for the disaster itself. Like for example, maybe in different countries there are different management system or disaster management system. Maybe in the future, if we are keep developing, we will be able to tackle this infrastructure and resources issue. And what I can say is, as I said before, start from the smallest part. For example, in the future, I would like to make a research about the cell phone users and internet coverage of Indonesia. I would like to map it and see which areas with low access to healthcare system but has high internet access and also has a good digital literacy of the people. That's the area where digital health services is most likely to be implemented first as a pilot areas. And after that, if it's already established in the small part, then we can go bigger and bigger. And in the future, I believe we can implement digital health in all areas with a good infrastructure and resources. That's the answer, my answer for the second question. I hope that's also answered the question. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Afina Nurfauzia. So this is for the second question for Mrs. Ostukan is from Bayu. The question is, as a midwife in Turkey in COVID times, what the most challenges for midwife to give caring for women, especially in labors? Is there any specific regulation about labor care on pandemic in Turkey? That would be the question. Mrs. Ostukan.
Thank you, Bayu. I am a midwife and a research. I work in university. In Turkey, midwives is a lot of labor and especially in public health system, midwifery, family center and hospital, a lot of area. In pandemic is midwives taking all of the area, hospital and in family center, and sometimes midwives work in pandemic clinic sometimes, and sometimes is midwife surveillance system in patients or for patients determine all patients for for women and health people follow up midwife. Pregnant and postpartum care is same before pandemic and pandemic during. Sometimes pregnant woman and postpartum care or newborn follow-up family center unit one by one. The pregnant woman called her. You can come with 10 o'clock. Or another woman and midwife called her. Thursday is for 20 o'clock. Sorry. But laboratory is 10, but separate room times, and elder people labor time is woman, and elder height cesarean section, normal vaginal birth elder cesarean section. Pandemic Turkey. Any questions? We need the follow full recommendation all of time. Is enough? Maybe.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Ostukan, for your answer. This is quite clear enough on how we have some similarities and differences on how we tackle with the women's care during the COVID-19. Ms. Bayu, hopefully the answer is clear enough. Unfortunately, we're running out of time, ladies and gentlemen, and we need to end this question and answer session. Thank you very much for all speakers and for answering the questions and for the great presentation. It was a pleasure to have you all with us today. I would like to be giving us a really little summary up from the three guest speakers today. I would like to start from the saying that digital transportation is needed and is already here. So we need to start to prepare ourselves, especially we can start from the implementations on education, on how we use the technology or digital transformation. And then in the institution, we have to collaborate with the research and the community services, which can also be used for the public or for the topic in education itself. And then in the end, we'll be closing is that in maternal and natal health is also a proof that this is also needed to be effective, efficient, giving the services to the community, especially in here are the women and children for better futures. That's it for today. Ladies and gentlemen, we have almost reached to the end of the session. Now, on behalf of this International Conference Committee, I'd like to say thank you to Dr. Wiwit Estuti, STPMSI from Tasikmalaya Health Polytechnic, and then Mrs. Afina Nur Fauzia, MRS from University College of London, and Professor Dr. Öztukan from EG University Turkey for sharing your expertise and experience with us. As a token of our appreciation to our guest speaker for the time and their valuable contribution, may I request to the second Vice Director of Tasikmalaya Health Polytechnic, Mrs. Deris Aprianti, SKM MPH, to kindly represent a certificate to the speaker. Mrs. Deris, are you already here? Mrs. Deris, are you already here? Okay.
Okay.
Mrs. Deris, okay.
Yeah, it's trouble.
Okay.
Still mute. Thank you, Mrs. Tina, for the opportunity. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. As the request from moderator, I would like to deliver the certificate. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. On behalf of a Director Poltekkes Tasikmalaya, I am delivering the certificate to the Honorable for the first one in for Dr. Wiwit Astuti. Thank you for the participant, Ibu Wiwit, Ibu Dr. Wiwit, and the second one for Miss or Mrs. ya? Miss.
Actually, I already married. So
No, Mrs.
Okay. Mrs. Afina Nur Fauzia from University College of London. Uh, in this opportunity, I would like to could you help us, please guiding us, give me information about how to elaborate the opportunity to build MOU between Poltekkes Kemenkes, Poltekkes Tasikmalaya with University of College of London, Miss Afina. Could you help us to elaborate maybe what kind of opportunity we can build the MOU between us and Miss Afina. And the third one is to Mrs. Professor Dr. Hafiz Öztürk from Edge University, Edge atau Edge University of Turkey. To all speakers, hopefully the knowledge which has been delivered to us in the future we can collaborate again in another event and in better competency. And thank you for the participants, to all speakers. May Allah give a blessing for Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. And once again, thank you very much for all of the speakers. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, our second Vice Director. Ladies and gentlemen, the second session of the Second International Conference on Health Education and Technology has come to an end. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you very much for your time to all the guest speakers. As a moderator, I do also apologize if between our communication there are things that I'm not properly said about the statement or the summary. Thank you very much for your attention and participation, and I hope you can make another collaboration in the futures. And now I'm going to hand over to our Master of Ceremony, Ms. Jane. The time is yours. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Astuti Bachelor of Agricultural Technology, Magister of Science, Mrs. Afina Nur Fauzia, MRS, and to Professor Dr. Hafiz Öztürk for your amazing presentation. This is such an honor and a great opportunity for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next event, we move on to door prizes. The committee team has chosen an award category, which is participants with the best questions. We will present this award to 4 participants that have given question to our speakers. Alright, for participants with the best questions, congratulations to Mrs. Wiwin Mintarsi. And then congratulations to Mrs. Tiffany Gita. Congratulations to Mrs. Tovani Sri. And the last, congratulations to Mrs. Diah Nurlita. For more details on the awards you have won, the committee will get in touch with you. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, that's our door prize today. Congratulations to the winners, and for those who haven't won this door prize, congratulations too, and don't be discouraged because you are all the best. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move to the next agenda, we will have a little break. We will be back right after at 13:15 p.m. or 1:15 p.m. to the next agenda, which is parallel speech. So if you need to do prayers or even have lunch, please do it today. Do it right. And please get back right in this Zoom at 13:15 p.m. or 1:15 p.m.
Polytechnic Tasikmalaya is not only to be the university in which we can count on to, especially in Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, but also to be the top-ranked university and professionally qualified. To reach those levels, we have to strive for the better in building our quality in order to creating a sustainability in the health fields. Another eminence from Ministry of Health Polytechnic Tasikmalaya is HADE Center. HADE Center is the acronym of Health and Disaster Emergency Center.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Polkes Tama mempunyai pusat unggulan ICHeT atau Center of Excellence dengan tema kegawat daruratan, kesehatan, dan bencana. Center of Excellence ini salah satu dari implementasi dari visi Polkes Tama. Semoga Center of Excellence dapat menjadi pusat unggulan rujukan nasional. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di Pusat Unggulan ICHeT Poltekkes Kemenkes Tasikmalaya Health and Disaster Emergency atau HADE Center. Tema ini diusung karena secara geografis Poltekkes Tasikmalaya berada di area yang rawan bencana, baik itu bencana non-alam maupun bencana alam di Provinsi Jawa Barat. Berbagai produk inovasi hasil riset telah banyak dihilirisasi dan dikomersialisasi, bahkan dimanfaatkan oleh masyarakat luas. Kami, HADE Center Polkes Tama, siap menjadi pusat rujukan penelitian dan pegawai daruratan kesehatan dan bencana sesuai dengan slogan Researching and Problem Solving Emergency. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
These are the products of HADE Center. Kursi ESA, ventilator portable,
Bur alternatif Mikojet, hand sanitizer, stick protos, immunizer, biskuit capis, bang jale, yogurt ubi, bingung mur, coy, probiotics, jamur koyo, models, and guidebooks. These are the activities of the HeTe Center. Institutional reinforcement through workshop UI. Roadmap implementation workshop of UI TOT Halal Therapy post-disaster. Journal improvement management workshop health and disaster emergency. TOT Halal Therapy post-disaster training. Benchmarking and MOU with Symbiosis University of Diponegoro, collaboration with Ministry of Health Polytechnic Jakarta 2. Academics excellent. Invited speaker international conference. International presenter. National International Publication Journal. Management seminar. National Accredited Journal Management. Commercialization and implementation. National Research Contract to Universities Collaboration. International Research Contract to Universities Collaboration. Non-research contract, research contract and commercialization with industry. Collaboration with food industry PT Choice Sentosa. Collaboration with CV Bartek Utama Mandiri Kabupaten Semarang. Collaboration with Seafood Global Agriculture University. Collaboration with Kedai Gizi Palu. Business units provide services for a professional in accordance with the hypnotherapy spiritual emotional freedom technique for health workers. UMKM and community development through Kampung Tangguh COVID, Society Development in Health and Disaster Emergency. UMKM Development in Pasir Batang Village, Mananjaya. BINT Nutritional Safety and Quality Supervisor. Bina Wilayah Wedikan, Women Role in Creating Healthy and Prosperous Family. Achievements as of below. Copyright. First winner of Edu Health Fair, Ministry of Health Polytechnic through Fertility Portable. Receiving granting competitive funding of research. Receiving granting competitive funding of society service. Best Presenter International Conference.
Dari Tasikmalaya untuk Indonesia.
attention, it will soon be time to continue the second International Conference on Health, Educational and Technology 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second International Conference on Health, Educational and Technology. Without further ado, let's move on to the next agenda, which is the parallel session, which includes oral presentations. Please, to the presenters and participants to enter your respective rooms that have been provided. Now, you can get into the breakout room that have been provided by the committees.